Up, up. Up, up.
We're back! Oh, we're back. So let's just continue on. I think we started off at the beginning of, or stopped at the beginning of chapter 3, so we're gonna do it. Let's continue Saito's route. After an arduous walk, Saito-san and I returned from Kofu. It was decided that we were to remain on standby at the Edo Haramoto's mansion, which still served as our headquarters while we regathered our men. Nagakura and Harada had safely returned to Edo shortly after we did, but Kondo-san and Hijikata-san, on the other hand, took far longer to return to the headquarters. Both Nagakura and Harada had their fair share of criticisms of Kondo-san for a while, so it left a bitter taste in their mouths when neither leader had returned. During one brisk morning,
そんじゃあ世話になったな、二人とも。俺たちがいなくなっても泣くんじゃねえぞ。
Are you two really leaving?
そろそろ潮時だろうと思ってな。みんなと別れるのが寂しくねって言えば嘘になるが。
Is there any way you could speak with Kondo-san and perhaps reach a compromise?
話し合いならもう何遍もしたさ。最後はもう殴り合い寸前の大喧嘩。もし刀を刺してたらどうなってたかわかんねえぜ。
おいおい新八、局中ハットを忘れたのか？死闘は厳禁だろ。
お、やべ。てか俺はもう新選組の幹部じゃねえんだから局中ハットも関係ねえって。
Surprisingly, Harada and Nagakura found time to be their usual joking selves. It was difficult to accept that this could be the last moment of all of us. The last moment all of us would share together. May I ask why you guys are leaving the Shinsengumi?
理由はさ、いろいろあるんだけどな。
Nagakura impetuously? impetuously scratched at his nose with his fingers.
別に薩長と戦うのが嫌なわけじゃねえんだ。先が見えねえ暮らしってのも司令官に居候してた頃と大して変わらねえ。ただなんつうか、このままここにいると俺が生きてきた人生が全部嘘になっちまう気がしたんだ。
A lie? For a moment, Nagakura was deep in thought. It seemed as though he had settled on an answer, but he was choosing his words very carefully. Things are going up upstairs, and I don't know if you guys heard that.
俺は近藤さんや土方さんみたいに侍になりてえって思ってたわけじゃねえからさ。自分が選んだわけでもねえ殿様に命がけで尽くすってのはどうしても性に合わねえ。薩長の奴らに銃で撃たれるのは別に、切られることだって怖くねえ。ただ死ぬ間際にあの時ああしてりゃよかったって思うのだけは絶対に嫌なんだ。
Sato-san instantly perked up. Although his actual expression change was relatively unnoticed, perhaps something that Nagakura had said struck a nerve with him. Do you feel the same way, Harada?
同じ考えってやめてくれよ。剣術修行のためだけに脱藩して安定した暮らしを捨てたバカと一緒くたにされちゃ俺がかわいそうだろう。
Okay.
うるせえぞ佐野。てめえだって脱藩者じゃねえかよ。
Nagakura sniped back angrily, but Harada smirked as he whispered his response to me quietly.
なんつうかさ、今の近藤さんを近くで見てるのって正直きついんだよ。
It hurts?
分不相応なおもちゃもらってはしゃいでるガキみたいに見えるっつうか、空回りしてるってのかな。司令官でバカやってた頃や今日で不定老師を追いかけ回してた頃はそんな風に思わなかったんだけどな。
Each time either man expressed his candid reflection about Kondo-san, or the way things used to be, it reminded me of just how ephemeral each of those moments were, and how impossible it was to reclaim them as they used to be.
ま、俺たちはこれからも薩長と戦い続けるのは変わらねえしさ。
そうそう、別にこれが最後の別れになるわけじゃねえんだ。そんな顔すんなよ。
On the outside, I agreed with them. I agreed with what they had said, but on the inside, I knew I couldn't quite believe it. The tables have turned. The shogunate had dissolved, and the Sacho domains were the only one who only recently were considered traitors now comprised the imperial army. What would later become of all of this, however, was something none of us had ever anticipated.
じゃあ俺たちそろそろ行くからよ。
Please, wait. Allow me to escort you out.
いいっていいって。そんなことされたら余計に別れが辛くなるじゃねえか。
大した手間ではない。送る。
Sato-san spoke quite firmly, and together we walked both of the men towards the front gate. As we exited the building, we found Soma and Nomura standing idly to share their salutations.
長倉さん、原田さん。とうとう行ってしまうんですね。お二人がいなくなってしまうと寂しくなります。
何言ってんだよ。うるせえ先輩がいなくなってのびのびできるじゃねえか。
うるさかったのはお前だけだろうが、一緒にするんじゃねえ。相馬、野村、 これからも近藤さんや土方さんのことをよろしく頼むぜ。
はい、任せてください。
I'm starting to think now for a second. Nomura's root could bounce off of Nagakura's root, possibly, maybe. Just like how Soma bounces off of Hanada's. That's an idea I should keep in my head. Well, please look after yourselves.
お、それじゃあ。
Hanada took one step in an attempt to leave, but Nagakura, however, was frozen, and he turned around. He marched up to Saito silently. What the fuck is going on upstairs?
サイド、お前ずっとここに残るつもりなのか？
ああ、今の俺が武士として生きられる場所はここしかない。
Nagakura seemed dissatisfied with Saito-san's answer. He took a breath as if he were about to refuse Saito-san's answer, but instead let out a heavy sigh. With a crooked expression, Nagakura seemed to deliberate to himself, hoping to find something meaningful to say. Then, after a brief pause, he gazed solemnly at Saito-san.
史跡を持ってねえからって武士じゃねえってわけじゃねえだろ。
どういう意味だ？
新しい殿様を見つける機会だって考えりゃいいじゃねえか。着物だって腰に刺す刀だって嫁さんだって自分の気に入ったのを選ぶもんだろ。殿様だけそうしちゃいけねえって誰が決めたんだ？
おいおい新八、風来坊のお前と斎藤を一緒にすんなって。
なんだよ、俺は親切心でだな。
じゃあ、あんまり長々話してても別れたくなくなっちまうし、俺たちはもう行くからよ。
All right then. Farewell. With that, Nagakura and Harada waved their goodbyes, leaving the compounds without a second look. Soma and Nomura were locked in the moment, quietly watching them depart until Soma broke the silence.
俺たちは仕事が残ってますから中に戻ります。
Okay, I'll see you guys later. The two bowed and they sauntered back into the compounds. Saito-san, do you think we should head back inside too? I meekly called out to Saito-san, but he seemed fixed to the spot, immovable as stone, and he had no immediate answer for my question. Instead, he stared somberly in the direction where his old friends had just left, stuck in the ineffable realization that this could be a permanent departure. Perhaps it would have been best for me to leave him be. I decided to head back in so that Saito-san could be alone.
戻るか。
His tone was far more melancholic than that to which I had become accustomed. Later... okay. Later that night, a surprise awaited us. Huh? Kono-san and Hijikata-san, who had been conspicuously absent for some time, had finally returned to us.
よう、悪かったな。ずいぶん長く留守にしちまって。みんな元気そうだな。大使の数は減ってしまったようだが。
A significant amount of time had passed since Kondo-san last visited our headquarters, and since his last visit, his mood was far more glum. Come to think of it... Come to think of it, Nagakura mentioned that their last conversation resulted in a near altercation. If I had to guess, perhaps Kondo-san was still processing some of those sour feelings.
お二人ともご無事で何よりでした。
A meeting was called for all of the men, but the only present ones were Kondo-san, Hijikata-san, Saito-san, Sonon-san and Heisuke. Perhaps it was my habit of becoming rather sentimental whenever given the opportunity, but watching each one of our men decrease one by one was a bleak reminder of what was at stake for us.
斉藤、詳しい話を聞かせてくれ。あの後、甲府で何があった？敵が羅刹隊を使ってやがったって本当か？
はい。しかもただの羅刹ではなく、日の光の下でも戦える様子でした。
日の光の下で。それは一体どのようなものなのです？すでに羅刹となったものにも有効なのですか？
Well, Sonon-san is certainly interested. Sato-san glanced over at Hijikata-san, as if he were unsure if he could confirm the answer to Sonon-san's pressing questions.
三男さん、質問は後にしてくれ。報告はまだ終わってね。
Sonon-san's brow furrowed sheepishly, and he fidgeted nervously with his glasses to deflect the attention.
で、斉藤、連中は一体どこから落ち水を手に入れやがった？まさか幕府側に薩長と通じてる奴がいるのか？
それは。
At first, Saito-san seemed to hesitate, taking a quick gulp before looking in my direction. I nodded curtly. Then Saito-san continued with his report.
その羅刹は薩摩藩と懇意にしているあの風間天霧、そして光道さんが作り出したもののようです。
Why was Shiranui, left out of that sentence? Well, I guess it's because we haven't seen him at all? This entire thing?
体力も素早さも我々新選組の羅刹隊を上回っているように見受けられました。
昼間動けるようになったってことは弱点が一つ消えちまったわけだよな。しかもこっちの羅刹隊より力が上ときてやがる。まずいな。
Ichikata-san tapped his fingertips irritably on the tatami. There was something that bothered me more than what Saito-san was describing, however. Within this room were 6 people, including myself. However, the only ones speaking were Saito-san and Hijikata-san. Kondo-san only mustered powerless sighs. And Sanon-san...
日中動ける羅刹を作り出したというのが本当だとすると、光道さんは新選組を離れた後、落ち水の改良に成功したということか。
Sanon-san stared at the floor, muttering to himself. It was an incredible thought, to be sure, and Sanon-san was flabbergasted as he wrapped himself in Saito-san's words. Heisuke, who was seated right beside Sanon-san, was glaring at the man sitting next to him with a stern expression. Ooh. Ain't that some shit? Between the departure of Nagakura and Harada and Kondo-san's lack of pronounced direction, it meant that the burden became beyond. It meant that the burden of responsibility fell heavier than ever on the shoulders of the men in this room. One of our other stalwart leaders, Okita, was being treated for a terrible bout of tuberculosis, meaning that he was sadly unable to help us in these trying times. Which left Saito-san as with a larger role to help steer this increasingly bereft Shinsengumi into a positive direction. However, he was struggling with his own afflictions, having been forced to consume the water of life. Just from looking at him, I knew that his bloodlust was only going to become more intense as time went on. Even so, his work ethic was unbreakable, something I had admired dearly about him. Considering what predicaments the Shinsengumi had to face, I could not bear to tell him that he deserved rest. All I could do in the meantime was patiently observe Saito-san's gradual unpleasant decline. We awoke the next day to a bright, placid morning sky. Out of the blue, Hijikata-san summoned everyone for a meeting, projecting his voice loudly to all of his men.
そろそろ江戸にとどまるのも限界みてえだな。
限界というのは？
今江戸城にいるお偉いさん方は戦う気をまるっきりなくしちまってる。ここでくすぶって戦の機会を逃すより、戦う意志が残ってる連中と合流する方がまだ勝ち目がありそうだ。
ということは会津に行くのですね。
ああ、伝習隊に幕府回転隊、幕府遊撃隊、会津藩に桑名藩。薩長のやり口が気に食わねえってやつらはいくらでもいる。そうだよな、近藤さん。
Hijikata-san called out to Kondo-san, who had been... Ah! There's... That was a fault. Wait, where'd my thing go? Hold on. There it is. Why are you over there? ACOG, thank you for following. Why was my activity feed not on the side where it usually is? Why did it move? I didn't move it. Well, now it's back in place. We're fine. In fact, it seems as though Hijikata-san's spirited declaration was particularly falling on deaf ears.
近藤さん、聞こえてるか?
Once more, Hijikata-san called out to Kondo-san, who finally looked up after festering in his wistful mood. His response, however, was...
なあ、そうだな。
Yeah, kinda not the response we need out of a leader at this very moment. Kondo-san's delivery was half-hearted at best. He wallowed in his forlorn expressions, aiming his dejected murmurs for Hijikata-san, although they could have been for anyone, given how detached they felt.
トシ、会津には俺も行かなきゃならんのかな。当たり前じゃねえか。新選組を引っ張っていく人間はあんた以外いねえだろ。大丈夫だって。負け戦なんてそう続くもんじゃねえよ。
Hijikata-san did his best to comfort Kondo-san, who seemed to sink deeper and deeper into his depression. But it was a futile effort.
どういう段取りを踏むつもりなんだ。会津って結構遠いけど。
流山に松本先生の知り合いの家があってな。そこをひとまずの拠点にするつもりだ。で、ここにある武器や一般の大使、羅刹隊を少しずつそこに移動させていく。
なるほど。まあいきなり何もかも会津に運び込むのは無理だもんな。
Saito-san, who had been observing us wordlessly from the corners, suddenly spoke up.
副長、千駄ヶ谷にいる宗司は？
この間、近藤さんと一緒に見舞いに行ってみたんだが、とても刀を握れる状態じゃねえな。残念だが、江戸に置いていくしかね
え。そうですか。
After Hijikata-san revealed the bad news, Saito-san politely answered with his usual stoic tone. But even so, it was plain to see that Saito-san was disappointed. Both he and Okita had worked alongside each other as friends, no less, since the Shie Hall days. I was confident that Saito-san would have felt far more comfortable fighting alongside his old comrade. Just then,
新選組の剣としてあれだけの働きをしてくれた沖田君でさえ、足手まといとなれば切り捨てられてしまうということですか。 我々もいつ見捨てられるか分かったものではないですね。
Sun-on-Sun's demeanor was plentifully as ever, but his icy joke was enough to stop everyone in the room.
悪い冗談は大概にしてくれ。俺がいつあんた方を見捨てるなんて言ったんだ。
言っているも同然では。行動さんが持っている落ち水があれば羅刹隊をさらに強化できるかもしれないというのに。
あんたともあろう人が何言ってやがる。今の行動さんが俺たちなんぞと交渉したがるはずねえだろうが。
話の運び方次第では。
さあんた。
A fiery contempt burned in Hichikata-san's eyes as he shot Sun-on-Sun a stern look in response to his implicit question. But Sun-on-Sun maintained his cold composure, seemingly unfazed by Hichikata-san's hateful ire.
ただの冗談ですよ。こんなざれ言に目くじらを立てるとは、君も随分余裕をなくしているようですね。
冗談なら時と場所を選んでほしいもんだがな。
Things were left unsettled as the meeting was disbanded. But was Sun-on-Sun truly joking? Was his question just an attempt to mess with Hichikata-san, or was this a possibility he had silently entertained? These thoughts were sifted back and forth in my head well into the night's end. As soon as Hichikata-san gave the official order to depart for Aizu, the headquarters became abuzz with activity. However, being short-handed as far as leadership figures were concerned meant that we were stretched quite thin with delegating important tasks. One captain in particular felt the brunt of it all. Saito-san, is everything okay? There's practically no color in your face.
大事ない。
Why don't you take a moment to rest? I know that you were working pretty late into the night yesterday evening.
会津行きの支度を早急に済ませなければならない。休んでいる暇などあるはずがない。
Saito-san's face was a pale, sunken mess. So gaunt, I was certain he was about to pass out from exhaustion. But don't you think that you collapsing would defeat the purpose of all the effort you're putting in? I think at the very least you should find time to rest during the daytime, if you insist on staying up late.
確かに昼起きているのは疲れるが、それでも人間だった頃よりマシな働きはできているはずだ。
That's not the point. Saito-san hadn't changed. He was so unbelievably stubborn when it came to practicing self-care. The fact of the matter is, whether or not he was able to work beyond human capabilities was irrelevant. What was relevant was that Saito-san was made to suffer this painful affliction, and he simply endured it. I was beginning to ask myself if Saito-san had fallen under the delusion that his body was as replaceable as his sword or his armor. I pursed my lips in thought as I stared at him.
それに、俺が働くのをやめてしまえば、新選組は。なんでもない。
Saito-san cut himself short, falling conspicuously silent. Just then. And we have found round 3. He let out a distressed groan. Then Saito-san began to sway where he stood. Saito-san, are you okay? I hastily rushed to his side, supporting what was becoming dead weight as I frantically called to him. Saito-san's full, supple lips were becoming pale, and his breathing became ragged as he gasped for air. Are you okay? Just hold on! He offered his frail hand, hoping to use my body as leverage to lift himself back to his feet. But he became powerless, and neither his legs nor his arms had any strength in them enough to move. Don't strain yourself. Why don't you give yourself a moment to lie down? I'll prepare your bedding in the next room. Saito-san shook his head.
平気だ。このままじっとしていれば治る。
As always, Saito-san was adamant about declining. All I wanted was for him to rest, but alas, there was no convincing him. His affliction, however, did not wait for him to decide. After a brilliant flash, Saito-san's hair turned white. My inclination turned out to be true. Saito-san was transforming into a fury. From what I remember, his fatigue and stress would slowly melt away were he able to drink blood. And say with me now, give him blood. It was a bit of a gamble, to be sure, to try this option in hopes of improving his physical condition, but this was all I could do for him. Saito-san, please, drink my blood. As my command fell onto his ears, Saito's shoulders twitched. The Shinsengumi's not in the best shape right now, right? That means we need you more than ever. Saito-san pressed himself against me as his breathing became a labored wheeze. Without a second thought, I unsheathed my kodachi and I sliced a tiny cut into my earlobe. Small hot droplets of blood came oozing out. Everything will be okay. When you drink blood, I'm sure you will feel better in no time. I calmly wrapped my arms around Saito-san's body, and I nuzzled my bleeding earlobe against his soft lips. His tongue was gentle but eager, and I felt a chill run down my neck as his mouth wrapped around my cut. His ragged breath tickled my ears. Without saying a word, Saito-san sipped the blood. The frequency of his warm, staggered breath began to slow itself. This alone made me feel relief. Just being able to ease Saito-san's suffering, even if it were just a little. As I sighed in relief, I had sensed that something was amiss. The cut I just made had already healed. And yet Saito-san's lips and tongue were still suckling gently at my ear. Saito-san, I think the cut's already closed up. After I timidly expressed my observations, Saito-san's fingertips, which had only moments earlier stroked my hair, twitched awkwardly. Oh, was that not enough blood? Do you want me to make another cut? Once again, I asked him. Saito-san hurriedly got to his feet with such aplomb, and it felt as though he were pushing me away. What's the matter?
すまない。
Saito-san stood impetuously, and for some reason he looked shaken. What would you like me to do? Should I cut my ear again?
いや、別に飲み足りなかったわけではない。
Really? Just tell me. If it wasn't enough for you, you don't have to hesitate to ask, okay?
ああ。
What had gotten into him? Just then, his mood had shifted completely. However, color had filled out his complexion again, so maybe I don't have to worry? And we in Nagarayama yet? April 1st. Jesus Christ. April 1st. Our group had been transferred to a sake brewery situated in the Nagaoka Mansion in Nagarayama. Ugh. Saito-san was occupied with the bustling scene, ordering warriors around and helping with the unpacking. Saito-san, how are you feeling?
平気だ。同じ過ちは二度は繰り返さん。
Are you sure?
どういう意味だそれは。俺が嘘を言っているとでも言うのか。
It's not the fact that you lie, it's just the fact that you don't ask. Saito-san, I don't know how to tell you this, but you aren't the best at taking care of your body. So I'm a little worried that you may push yourself too hard again, and that you could faint again.
シンパチや佐野が抜け、宗司も肺の病で起き上がれぬに。局長や副長のご負担は以前よりも増しているはずだ。
Then why don't you ask Soma or Nomura?
俺にしかできん役目がいくつもある。休むわけにはいくまい。
I understand where you're coming from, Saito-san, but you must find time to rest, or you won't be able to work as hard as you want to. And if that were to happen, then it would be an even heavier burden on Kondo-san and Hijikata-san. Perhaps I was being a tad too forward with my argument, but if I hadn't been as forceful or forward, I doubt that Saito-san would have paid my words any heed.
あんたは見た目に似合わず強情なのだな。何故俺などの世話を焼きたがる。
Well, how should I respond? I don't have a reason. I don't have a reason. I'm just really worried about you, Saito-san. After all, my father was a doctor.
いらぬ世話だ。俺よりももっと気にかけるべき相手はいるだろう。
Well, it's you I'm worried about, more than anyone else at the moment. And it's because you keep pushing yourself and making all of us worry about you. Ever since you became a Fury, you've been working day and night. Anyone could see that it has been wearing you down, but you keep insisting you're fine. I think you're only worrying everyone else around you more than you think. Saito-san took in my words carefully, and he cast his gaze towards the ground.
確かにあんたの言う通りかもしれんな。いらぬ世話とは口が過ぎたかもしれん。すまなかった。ひとまずあんたの言う通り、今日の夜は休養を取ることにする。
Wait a minute, you aren't going to rest now?
この書類を書かねばならん。やりかけの仕事を残して休むのはどうにも落ち着かぬ。
Hearing that he was refusing yet again to rest almost made me lose all the power in my body. I thought I could faint at any moment. Don't Furies normally feel better when they rest during the day and act during the nighttime? So wouldn't you think it's better if you rest now and then continue to work when the sun's down?
休めというあんたの言葉には従うのだから十分だろう。
Saito! At this rate, it seemed there would be no convincing him to sleep until the evening. Rather, I had a suspicion that he would sneak around and work until the sun rose once more. So I marched up to his desk and I gathered all of the parchment and the documents that he had been working on. Fine then, have it your way. I'm going to ask Kondo-san to write all of these documents.
何？バカなことを言うな。局長の手を煩わせるほどの仕事ではない。
It's not like that at all. Kono-san has also expressed concern about your well-being. If I tell him that it's time for Saito-san to take a break, then I'm sure he will understand and carry on whatever needs to be done.
そういうことを言っているのではない。局長にそんな雑務をさせるわけにはいかぬと言っているのだ。おとなしくその書類を返せ、雪村。
No. No, you promised me that you'd rest today. A warrior does not go back on his promises, right? At last, Saito-san had no witty refutation to offer. He sighed heavily and his shoulders dropped in defeat.
あんたは花から俺の言うことなど聞くつもりはないのだな。わかった。好きにするといい。
Don't say it that way. Jesus. Ah! Thank you. Okay, I'm going to make your bed immediately. I darted out of the room, preparing Sato-san's bed before he had a chance to change his mind.
それで、あんたはいつまでここにいるつもりだ。
Until you rest. I'm afraid that the moment I leave your room, you're going to get right back up and continue working.
この通り寝る支度をした。途中まで手をつけていた仕事も局長にお任せすることにした。ここまでさせておいて、あんたはまだ俺のことを信用できぬというのか。
I'm sorry. It's just that I'm that worried about you.
まったく。
A look of confusion was stretched across Saito-san's face, causing him to slump disappointedly, but I could see a smirk beginning to form in the curl of his pink lips. Saito-san plopped atop the futon and he lifted the duvet over his body, letting his legs bury underneath them. Oh. As I watched him ready himself for sleep, something familiar came to mind.
どうした？
Oh, nothing. I was just reminded of something.
あることというのは？
It was a dream I had. A few years ago, I came down with a terrible cold and was bedridden, but in my dream, you held my hand. Is something wrong, Sato-san? Your face is flushed red.
いや、まさかあんたがあの時のことを覚えているとは。
Wait, what? Don't tell me. Saito-san's eyes were hastily averted from my own.
決して体があったわけではない。あんたが風邪で寝込んでいると副長からお聞きしたから様子を見に行っただけだ。
I know that. I just wanted to say I'm glad it wasn't a dream.
よかったというのは。
You have no idea how much it meant when you held my hand that night, Saito-san.
そうか。
Saito-san's body shrunk as I spoke, perhaps as a show of discomfort. Saito-san?
なんだ。
May I hold your hand?
手をだと。何故俺はわらべではないぞ。
Hey, I'm not trying to treat you like a child. But when your hand embraced mine all those nights ago, I felt so at peace. So I was hoping I could return the favor and make you feel some sense of calm as well. Is that not okay with you?
雪村。
A calculated look was aimed towards me by Saito-san, as if he were hoping to read my emotions, my motive, not emotions, but also motives. He moved his gaze awkwardly away from me, but his hand was outstretched in my direction. I smiled, grasping his hand gently just as he did mine on that distant wintry night. Having the two of us here together really brings back the memories, doesn't it? Well, maybe not exactly, as I suppose you and I have swapped places.
そうだな。
He clasped onto my hand in return, but I noticed he seemed distracted, like something was pulling his heart somewhere miles away from here.
あの時は新八も佐野もいた。宗司も肺を病んではいたが、起き上がれぬほどではなかった。源さんも山崎も元気だった。平助も俺も羅刹にはなっていなかった。
Memories of Kyo came flooding back to me, leaving a bittersweet taste in my mouth as I recounted them. Back then, there were still plenty of challenges that everyone faced, but even so, we faced them together and we thrived. But now...
あんただけは変わらんな。
What?
あの時も今も変わらず俺の後ろをついてきて、何かあるとすぐに俺の名を呼ぶ。それだけは昔も今も変わらん。
Come to think of it, you're right. Thinking about how long we had known each other, all the moments gathering in the glass of our friendship, made me smile.
だが、それもいつまでなのかはわからんな。あんたは最後まで我々に付き合う義理などあるまい。
No. I will always remain by everyone's side. Besides, I have nowhere else to call home. I realized that, with Father becoming an agent of the demons, there really is nowhere else I can go. My heart sank heavily in my chest, thinking about how what I'd regarded as family for so long was not just a ghost of a thought. So here was where I belong. Saito-san scanned me with inquisitive eyes, perhaps on the cusp of saying something in response. Then, after a long pause, he opened his mouth.
他に行き場所がないか。俺に似ているな。
His words weren't necessarily directed at me, but rather he was murmuring under his breath. A handful of days passed since we moved to the Nagaoka mansion in Nagarayama. All of the men stationed here were purposely participating in a training exercise today. Well, that's a bot. I was unable to learn what exactly the exercise entailed, but... Actually, I'm trying to think, what the hell was the last time I had a bot in here? From what I could gather, it was a drill to practice using some of the new Western artillery and battle techniques as adopted by our enemies. Since we had arrived here, however, I noticed that Kondo-san was absent, slumping further and further into a depressive malaise as the days went on. Sano-san too was nowhere to be seen. As I learned, he was becoming more active during the moonlight hours. I was sure that these observations were simply because of the concerted effort to galvanize the troops that defeated the Satsho, but... Would you like some tea, Saito-san?
俺よりも局長に持って行ってあげてくれ。
But I already brought him some. I don't want you to keep working so much. I think if you sprinkle in some breaks from time to time, you'll be able to work more efficiently. I quietly placed a cup of tea into his desk. Sato-san glanced at the cup from the corner of his eye, and he spoke in a low tone.
局長のご様子は
Well, earlier I saw him. It seemed like he was reading a book.
そうか
His answer came curtly, and Sato-san's line of sight dropped to the ground, staring sternly at nothing. Perhaps Kondo-san's declining mood was becoming a distraction for Saito-san as well, proving that Kondo-san's good humor was dearly missed by all of us.
以前はこうして思い煩うことなどなかったのだがな。どうしたろうが体内に入り込んだ患者だろうが敵だろうが味方だろうがひとたび命を受ければ迷うことなく切り殺してきた。かつては新八と命を賭して切り合ったこともある。
What? I gasped audibly as I couldn't help but express astonishment. I'd heard that Saito-san had previously acted behind the scenes performing espionage missions before, but... You had a duel in Nagakura. So it wasn't like a training or sparring match, but rather a fight to the death, right?
その通りだ。少なくとも新八はあの時、俺を殺すつもりで切りかかってきた。そして俺は新八を死なせぬため、新選組を近藤さんや土方さんのものとするため、かの者と立ち会った。新選組こそ、本物の武士の拠り所だと思っていたからな。
Stories of the Shinsengumi's illustrious past were not foreign to me, especially when it came to the descriptive quality of Sato-san's observations, but hearing him tell this story now, I picked up that it was not his usual reminiscence. So do you still feel the same way about the Shinsengumi as you did back then? Saito-san had for so long possessed the passionate urge to fight, even going so far as to cross swords with Nagakura. Did this fire still burn as brightly in his heart now as it did all those years ago?
俺は今もあの頃のままだと思っているが、時を経ても変わるものなどこの世にはないのかもしれんな。
Saito-san was having an important epiphany. One that, after close consideration, must have come to both Harada and Nagakura as well. That we are all victims of an impermanence that, for a brief and wondrous time, can make us feel something until life inevitably pulls us somewhere different. My brain was out of it for that one, I'm sorry. Maybe what had bothered Saito-san most was the search for within himself for an answer as to whether or not he was strong enough to face that time when it came. So what's your answer, Saito-san?
俺の
And don't answer like you would to either Kondo-san or Hijikata-san. Even as a captain of the Shinsengumi, is there an order that you simply would flat out refuse?
そんなものはない。近藤さんや土方さんの命令が、すなわち俺の意志だ。
Are you sure?
当然だ。今までずっとそうしてきたのだからな。
I was a little frustrated by his unwillingness to give me a straight answer, but it was clear there was no point in continuing this conversation, so I stayed quiet. Just then,
斉藤さん、いらっしゃいますか？
どうした？
ここは敵に囲まれています。 今すぐ逃げる支度をしてください。
Oh, well, that's perfect.
敵だと何者だ。
どこの班のものかは分かりませんが、この敷地に入り込もうとした敵兵がいたので狙撃したところ、何事もなかったかのように起き上がったところ。
Shimada's ominous report brought a weary expression out of Saito-san.
羅刹か。
おそらくは。
すぐにここにいる大使を全員集めてくれ。非常事態だ。
はい。
Men were racing frantically throughout the compounds, and after a frenzied moment, all of the men staying in the Nagaoka mansion were gathered in the common room.
これは一体どういうことなんだ。我々はついこの間ここに来たばかりだというのに。いくらなんでも嗅ぎつけられるのが早すぎる。勘のいいところの騒ぎじゃないぜ。
It seems as though even Hijikata-san of all people was caught off guard by this predicament. Say, does anyone know where Sanan-san or Heisuke are? I don't see them around here.
それが
もしやまだ死女か。
As Saito-san wondered aloud, Shimada glanced at him timidly before offering up his hesitant answer.
いえ、実はどこを探しても三男さんと東堂君の姿が見当たりませんで、この時間ならまだ寝てらっしゃると思ったんですが、布団はもぬけの殻で。
Shimada's revelation was followed by a nervous pause in the room, and everyone stared at one another. Both Hijikata-san and Saito-san were doubly perplexed. Perhaps they were all thinking the same thing. It was Kondo-san, however, who voiced his concern.
内通者か。
No, that couldn't be. A cursory glance around the room gave the impression that the sentiment wasn't felt by just myself. However, given the circumstances of our situation, there weren't too many other plausible explanations for why all of this was happening.
これだけ多くの脱退者や違反者を出してしまったのは他の誰でもない俺の責任だよな。
Kondo-san's voice barely hovered above a faint murmur, and his disheartened spirit eluded no one in the room. Then he suddenly straightened his posture and spoke up.
ここは俺が引き受けよう。俺が時間を稼いでるうちにできるだけ遠くへ逃げてくれ。
Hijikata-san's eyes shot open in bewilderment, and he was the first to react to Kondo-san's command.
お父さん、あんた。
He gazed intently into Kondo-san's eyes, searching for any sign of what Kondo-san was planning. Instead of speaking, Kondo-san flashed a calm smirk to his old friend, a look I had never seen before. This seemed enough to satisfy Hijikata-san, who stared plaintively in response to Kondo-san's restrained gesture. Hijikata-san bit his lips in silence and looked at the floor. After a little while, he glanced up once more.
お前は雪村と大使たちを連れて先にあいつへ行っててくれ。この家の裏口からなら敵に見つからずに出られるはずだ。
However, Saito-san, who normally would have bowed curtly to Hijikata-san's order and followed it no later than after it was said, did not budge.
副長、お言葉ですが、お二人だけでこの場を切り抜けられるとは到底思えません。ここにいる全員で戦った方がまだ生き残る見込みはあるかと。俺はここに残ります。
俺も残ります。お二人を残して自分だけ逃げるわけにはいきません。
お前ら言ってくれるじゃねえか。俺と近藤さんだけじゃまともに敵と戦うことすらできねえってことか。
Hijikata-san's tone was light-hearted, but Saito-san's eyes were unwavering as he continued to stare at Hijikata-san. I think the way Hijikata-san was joking was a little bit strange to Saito-san, and his attitude was somewhat atypical to what we'd expect from the commander. Eventually, though, Hijikata-san's eyes glimmered with a kind light.
お前の言う通り、全員ここに残って戦うってのは生き残るための手では。だが、俺たちが皆死んじまったら、誰が新鮮についてくれるんだ。
In that instant, Hijikata-san's words seemed to have struck a nerve with Sato-san, whose eyes beamed widely in response.
このままここで犬死にしたら、俺たちは官軍に逆らった希代の悪党集団のままで終わっちまうぜ。元百姓やら浪人の寄せ集めで乱暴者で幕府や会津藩の命令のままに人を切ってた俺たちではあるが、そんな俺たちにだって生き残ってそれを伝えられんのはそれとお前しかいねえんだ。
Hijikata-san was a foot away from Saito-san, making the delivery of his suggestion all the more intimate. Saito-san watched Hijikata-san's eyes with purpose, confirming to himself that all of his loyalty was not unfounded. After a moment of quiet deliberation, Saito-san stood tall.
わかりました。お二人にはまたお会いできると信じています。
Each word came slowly but confidently from Saito-san. To that, a warm grin emerged from Hijikata-san's lips.
ああ、すぐに追いつくから待っててくれ。
Within Hijikata-san's words, too, was a self-assured force. Those of us asked to evacuate were careful not to make too much noise as we opened the back door. Then we were met with a brilliant ray of light. Sato-san instinctively covered his face with his hand, and his brow furrowed in reaction to the blinding light. Are you okay, Sato-san?
問題ない。今は脱出が優先だ。
Sato-san tiptoed carefully through the shadows to evade detection, and he soundlessly led us to a corridor where we could exit. All of a sudden, Shimada stopped in his tracks as something caught his attention. What's the matter, Shimada?
いや、あそこにいるのはまさか。
Shimada's eyes shut open with fear as he gestured towards the front gate of the Nagaoka mansion. The person standing at the gate was none other than Sanan-san, who was engaging with soldiers adorned in their Western uniforms. However, the conversation was conspicuously relaxed. It didn't seem like he was threatened at all.
奴らが持っている銃は薩長軍が使っていたのと同じものだ。
Does that mean they're a part of the Imperial Army? But where would Sanan-san be with them?
ここからでは何を話しているのか聞き取れ。もう少し近づくぞ。
Both Shimada and I nodded, and we sneaked carefully towards the front gate.
さあ、こちらです。銃を持った大使たちは教練に出かけていますから、今なら難なく新選組幹部の首を取ることができるはずです。
聞いたか？ほとんどの大使は出払ってしまっているそうだ。今のうちに幹部連中を捕まえろ。はい。
With their mark, all of the armed Imperial riflemen stormed the compounds. I could almost feel the blood drain from my body. What could all of this mean? For some reason, our sworn enemies were able to locate the Shinsengumi and plan a strike. And those men, they spoke with Sanan-san as if they were familiar allies in casual discussion.
局長が予想した通りだったが、
Then that must mean... Was Sana-san really the one who leaked information of our whereabouts to the enemy? Both Kondo-san and Hijikata-san were still inside the compounds. We're completely unaware of this. What should I tell Saito-san? We gotta go to Aizu. Let's head to Aizu. Saito-san, let's head to Aizu. Despite how badly I wanted to return inside the Nakaoka mansion and warn Kondo-san and Hijikata-san of what we'd uncovered. We cannot let Kondo-san or Hijikata-san's sacrifice to buy our time to escape go to waste. Sato-san timidly stared at the ground, burying his teeth into his lips, into his supple lip. But eventually...
合図に向かう。
It was as if he'd come to an important realization. Then, Saito-san turned to stare into my eyes.
あんたは俺の本分を思い出させてくれた。感謝する。
After offering his curt words of appreciation, Saito-san immediately turned around and began to march away.
大丈夫ですよ。あの二人がそう簡単に死ぬはずがありません。すぐに我々に追いついてくださるに決まってます。先に行って待っていましょう。
And so the three of us made our way for Aizu. That day was likely the longest and most anxiety-inducing day I had ever experienced in my life. Time seemed to move at a glacier's pace, and whenever I found myself alone, it was impossible to keep myself from thinking about the worst-case scenario. I had to tell myself, everything will be fine. Kondo-san and Hijikata-san couldn't die. They will reunite with us soon. I repeated the sentiment until the words were burned in my mouth, and it helped to soothe my anxiety. We patiently awaited their return. Hi, Twix. Hello. Sus. What is sus? After what felt like an eternity.
すまねえな。追いつくのが遅くなっちまって。
I've been fine. Still continuing this long-ass journey. All 13 routes.
まさかこんな形でトンショを離れることになるとは思わなかったよな。
It was a commission I had laying around, so I decided, you know what? PNG tuber might as well. Hijikata-san, Heisuke. I felt warm tears slide down my cheeks. I was so glad to see them. Hijikata-san and Heisuke were both safe and sound.
お二人ともよくご無事で。
Shimada too seemed flushed with emotion, and he nodded repeatedly as he spoke in relief. But Heisuke, where have you been this whole time?
三男さんが昼間どこかへ出かけようとしてるのを見かけてさ。後をつけたんだけど見失っちまって。トンショに戻ろうとした時、土方さんを見かけたんだ。
Hijikata-san sighed.
まさか三男さんが近藤さんを売るとは思わなかったな。あの人は薩長の安い策に乗せられるような人じゃなかったんだが。
My mind raced back to the scene back there. I felt troubled seeing someone whom we had regarded as a close friend succumb to menacing temptations. What hasn't changed is my ability to not be able to read. Going back to reality, I saw the gears turning in Hijikata-san's head as he ruminated aloud.
俺のせいだよな。あの人が血を飲むために辻斬りを繰り返してるってことに気づいてたのに何もしてやれなかった。
方さんだけのせいじゃねえって。俺だって三男さんを止められなかったのは同じだよ。こうなっちまう前になんかできることがあったはずなのに。
I could have sworn that Heisuke's eyes were puffing up as he slumped his shoulders in defeat.
三男さん、どこで道を間違っちまったのかな。落ち水を飲んだきっかけは怪我で剣を握れなくなって。それでもまだ新選組のみんなの役に立ちてって思って。羅刹になる前はたとえ刀を握れなくても武士だったはずなのにな。
Grief filled the air around us with a thick tension. If we were able to stop Sun and Sun in the past, then maybe none of this would have happened. It felt as though all of us were cycling through our regrets in this moment, wallowing in our own shame. It was Saito-san of all people who was able to break the clouds of silence looming above our conversation.
副長、局長は一体どちら？
It was a question that none of us were willing to ask, presumably because the answer frightened us. Hijikata-san bit into his lip, choosing his words carefully before he said them, but it seemed that bringing the words to life was a difficult task for him. Hijikata-san let out a heavy sigh, and his voice quivered as he finally answered Saito-san's question.
近藤さんは敵に捕まっちまった。俺を逃がすためにな。
Hearing one piece of bad news after the other put all of us into stunned silence. Beppo Kondo-san and the rest of the Shinsengumi were in Kyo. They'd spent most of their time rounding up men who'd identified as Imperial Nationalist warriors. Which, as expected, did not end well at all with the members of the Imperial Nationalist Party, who did their best to stifle our efforts. It was these men who had custody of Kondo-san now. What would become of him? Oh, yawning. Imagining what torturous plans they had in store for him made my heart swell with pain. This feeling must have ached in Hijikata-san as well, and he turned to gaze at the serious information above us, the serious formations above us.
殺されるって決まったわけじゃねえ。俺たちにできることはまだあるはずだ。黙って殺されるなんて性分じゃねえからな。往生際の悪さだけは自信があるんだ。俺にできることなら何でもやるつもりだぜ。
Hijikata-san lowered his gaze to look at Saito-san.
サイト、俺の代わりに大使連中を会津まで連れてってやってくれ。
ですが副長は。
土方さんのことなら心配すんなよ。俺がしっかり守るつもりだからさ。
Eisuke lifted his forearm to pound at his chest, and his voice beamed with pride. I was unsure if that would be enough to satisfy Saito-san's concern, but he responded in kind.
わかりました。では我々は一足先に会津へ向かうことにします。
ああ、信頼してるぜ、サイト。
Midnight was approaching. Long after the others had fallen asleep, I found myself tossing and turning in my futon. Instead, I gazed up at the glow of the constellations above my head, hoping that the night would pass on. Just then, I heard a rustling sound near me, sensing that someone had awoken. I feigned being asleep, and I soundlessly turned to lie on my side to see who it was. It was Saito-san. I need water. Ah, the sun is mine. It's in my eyes. Ah. I get the sun in my eyes. Desk is near the fucking window. The sun is up high, damn it. He was being careful to sneak out quietly, and without making a peep, he exited where we were sleeping. Where could he be going? Perhaps a solemn place where he could stare longingly at the moonlight, safe in the shelter of the night? As he left the camp, I noticed his sunken, lonesome expression, so I silently followed closely behind him, hoping to get a peek into his plan. I found... Yes? What is this platoon question I need to know? As I turn my air on. Oh good, the sun is going away. I found Saito-san alone just as I did back in Kofu, and his eyes were fixed on the pattern of sconces shining throughout the patchwork of the night sky. Blah, 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 blah. Saito-san? Vanilla? Well, it's not vanilla, I'll tell you that. It's not the team that I'm joining, because I'm leaving that up to the wheel again. But, no. It ain't vanilla. I timidly called out to him, and he waited a second before turning to look over his shoulder. No, my favorite flavor is mint chocolate chips, so I'ma pray that the wheel chooses that this time around. Strawberry is a second favorite, though. Why? What's wrong with mint chocolate chip? I don't see anything wrong with it.
一人で出歩くなと何度も言わなかったか。
His words were surprisingly not as thorny as I'd expected. Perhaps he was still occupied with unpacking all that Hichikata-san had told us earlier, which felt like a shadow ominously looming in our hearts. I had a feeling you'd say that. May I stay beside you? Hey, I'm not the one that decided to leave because of mint chocolate chip, alright? If you leave, that's your own decision. Chaos gremlin tendencies rise. Saito-san didn't answer. Yeah, well, the sun was there. I don't control the sun, Twix. The sun does whatever the hell it wants with its cloud friends. Instead, he continued to stare at the sky. If I knew Saito-san, his reluctance to speak hadn't indicated an opposition to what I had asked. That's fair. That's fair. Like, you enjoy what you enjoy. If you don't like it, fine. I'm not judging you for it. I know some people don't actually like it, so. I stepped onto the grass, watching my steps through the darkness to stand beside Saito-san. The only sounds around us were the chirp of insects humming in our ear, scattered throughout the forest. Saito-san's voice just barely hovered above a murmur. I nearly confused it with a cicada chirp. Long?
平助が言っていた。三男さんはどこかで道を誤ったと。それは一体いつなのだろうと考えていた。
It seemed Saito-san was speaking to himself, rather than asking me what I had thought about the situation.
平助が言っていた通り、以前のあの人は間違いなく武士だった。そうではなくなった。いつなのだろうな。
Well, his question demanded a thoughtful answer, and honestly, I questioned whether or not such an answer existed. Even for Saito-san, who was known for his deliberation, articulated observations, to have been left to wonder. I did my best to offer my perspective. I think the only one who could answer that question and admit to any wrongdoing would be Sun himself. And maybe it wasn't only one moment of weakness, or an isolated incident. Perhaps without realizing it, it was the result of many mistakes that Sun made in his search for purpose throughout all of this chaos. Maybe at some point, while making all of these mistakes, he realized things would never be the same. Congratulations, Twix! Oops. You passed all college classes. I'm proud of you. Saito-san watched me intently, listening to my answer without speaking. Eventually, his eyes fell to the ground.
俺もいずれはああなってしまうということか。
What do you mean?
地に来る正気をなくし、長年共に戦った仲間を裏切ることに両親の呵責すら覚えなくなる。
I am broke. So coming to, okay.
正しいと信じ続けていたものをなくし、信じていた自分をも忘れてしまう。そんな日がいつか来る。
All of the pain Saito-san was feeling came into clear focus. Sanan-san, our friend, whom we saw that day. For Saito-san, who struggled to come to terms with living with his affliction, maybe Sanan-san appeared like a crystal ball, offering a sinister glimpse into his future. I don't think you'd end up like that. Well, voice acting's fine. And voice acting this entire damn thing, so that's practice for me. It's been fine. I haven't auditioned for anything in a while. Out of personal preference. Because I don't know who to trust anymore with their projects. So I kind of just... me. Any voice acting I do is just my own shit at this point. I have been casted in way too many things as many characters, and the project goes nowhere. It crashes and burns before it even gets off the ground, so that's why I'm cautious and just do my own thing. Unless it's people that I know in the community that want me for something, I'm not looking for anything. Just because the two of you drank the water of life does not mean that you are destined to experience the same fate as him. Saito-san's expression was full of doubt, something that was so unlike him. Because you are strong, Saito-san. No matter what choice you are confronted with, I don't expect you to ever make the wrong one. I almost saw a smile curl in the corner of his lips, but his shoulders remained tense and guarded. Eh? What do you mean a request, Twigs? Strength doesn't just come from your ability to fight in battle. Well, this question came defensively, and I was thrown off a little by how much his delivery stung. Instead of answering, I retorted with my own question. Let me ask you something. Why is it that you keep your sword on the right side of your hips, Saito-san? Sure, we could do that. I don't mind doing that. We can play together. There are plenty of people who are left-handed in the world. But for swordsmen, most of them try and adapt with using their right hand, don't they? You said so yourself. No matter which dojo you attend, they would immediately attempt to correct you to use your right. What is it that made you keep going? That made you refuse to change? Saito-san had not anticipated me to turn the line of questioning back onto himself. His eyes widened. It appears I struck a nerve with him, and after an awkward pause, he finally answered. Eh? Wait, what? Eh? See? That just shows how strong you are, Saito-san. Because you kept with your resolve. You made a decision and you stuck by it, and you fought for it despite all of the naysayers. And I think that could have been easy for anyone to deal with. Oh, from existence of television series? I think I'd remove Teletubbies, and I don't know why. I don't think that could have been easy for anyone to deal with. You ask yourself if the same fate will happen to you as it happened to Sun on Sun. But I think you already know the answer. Only you can decide what is right for yourself. And with that attitude, it can only lead to good things. At least, that's what I think. I don't think I mind the Sun baby. I think maybe everything else about it probably. I don't know. At least Barney has like human children, so it's not too out of place. But I don't think that that's true with Teletubbies, as much that I can remember from a young child. Saito-san gazed at me stoically, gazing with puppy-like eyes and a docile expression. Whether or not my words resonated with him, or if they were completely worthless for all he cared, was unknown to me. He spoke flatly, and he once again looked towards the smattering of stars glittering across the sky. Why smattering? Smattering is a weird word. A gorgeous and serene sight indeed. And we're on to chapter 4. After the staged imperial ambush out in Nagarayama, the Shinsengumi was scattered with the wind. The days of planning and acting as a collective group seemed to be long behind us. Without a knowledge of what paths our comrades and allies were heeding. All we could do was adapt, one day at a time, left to tend our fates against the unknown. Despite these circumstances, Saito-san heroically led the remaining men to Aizu. According to scout reports, the troops who had fought against the Shinsengumi and Kofu were now marching to the northeast to subjugate whatever resistance remained. Supposedly, it was the Aizu who were currently engaging against the tide of incoming imperial soldiers. Nagakura and Harada, sadly, had never returned to the Shinsengumi after their hasty departure. However, rumors of their activity, including the formation of their own unit, which was headed for Aizu, the Shogi Company, greatly aroused my attention. It was under such pretenses, clinging onto whatever normalcy we could reclaim, that we had arrived in Aizu. It's August 1868. One could hardly believe it was July, as cool, blustery winds flowed from down the mountain ranges overhead. A summer in Aizu proved far more temperate than any I had expected in either Edo or Kyo. Our march to the city was met with the bright chirping of bugs and insects along the well-traveled paths. For us, our arrival followed an arduous but hopeful journey, and a reunion that took months in the making.
久しぶりだな。悪いな、追いつくのが遅れちまって。
Oh great, the scene that broke my heart originally. Here we go.
合流する前に新政府軍の奴らに全滅させられちまってたらどうしようって思ってたんだけど。
I need my water.
はじめくんがそんなヘマするわけないよな。
Hijikata-san, Heisuke, I'm so glad to see that you are both safe. My emotions got the better of me, and I wept flowing tears that glistened atop my smiling cheeks.
副長が戻ってきてくだされば100人力です。
そうそう、新選組の鬼副長って新政府軍の間でも恐れられてるみたいですから、俺たちの力で新政府の奴らに目に物を見せてやりましょうよ。
お前らも相変わらずみてえだな。
Saito-san, on the other hand.
副長、その足は
Until Saito-san mentioned it, I hadn't noticed that Hijikata-san was dragging his left leg as he walked.
これか。宇都宮の戦でやられちまってな。痛みは大したことねえが、さすがに戦場を駆けずり回るのは無理だな。じれったくてしょうがねえぜ。
Even though he was dealt a less than thrilling hand, I hadn't seen such an enthusiastic, positive response from Hijikata-san in a while, and he was smiling no less.
斉藤、お前大使を連れてあちこちで戦ってくれたんだ。噂は俺たちんとこにも届いてたぜ。
いえ、最前線だった白樺城はすでに敵の手に落ちました。城を奪い返すこともかなわず、じりじりと後退を続けている状態です。今の前線もどこまで支えきれるか。
Saito-san solemnly delivered his report detailing the challenges he'd face, but Hijikata-san looked at him kindly.
よくやってくれてるよ。
Something peculiar raised my attention. In the past, Hijikata-san had acted on a policy of sternness and discipline, making him a lot harder to approach. Now, however, his demeanor was far more relaxed and sympathetic. A far cry from the commander under whom I had served. I wondered to myself if during our separation he had experienced a change of heart, one that challenged him to open himself up to those he had cherished most. As I ruminated upon this thought, Saito-san then asked the question about which all of us had been worrying.
副長、近藤局長は
Hijikata-san fell silent. He let out a heavy sigh, and his gaze dropped timidly to face his feet. His answer, unexpectedly, was short.
助けられなかった。
Somewhere in our hearts, we had all anticipated this answer, but having it expressed so directly. There was nothing to stop our hearts from sinking, for each following breath to be drawn into our lungs was like pulling tar from the cracked, dark earth.
最後はやはり切腹で。
Hijikata-san shook his head.
切腹じゃねえ。首切りだ。
Beheaded? Although both seppuku and beheading were public forms of execution, what they meant were different entirely. Ancient legends used to say that a human soul was stored inside their abdomen. So by committing seppuku and slicing open your chest cavity, it meant cutting into the place where your soul took refuge. No easy feat indeed. Compare this to the act of beheading, where your neck is effortlessly struck with a thick, sharp blade. A death, I imagined, that was painless compared to seppuku. Seppuku was a statement, and by confronting death in such a manner, a warrior's honor was preserved. It was the embodiment of chivalry in one last act. However, there is no honor in being beheaded. There are no appeals or vestiges of respect. There is only silence until the blade is fallen.
近藤さんは腹を詰めさせてくれって言ってたんだが、新政府のやつらがもともと。
As Hijikata-san recounted Kondo-san's fate, he started to choke up as he spoke, struggling to articulate the visceral image as he conjured it in his mind. He took a deep breath, and through gritted teeth, we heard what became of our chief.
もともとは百姓のせがれだったくせに、武士の真似事をして腹を切りてえなんて少子千万だって、そう言いやがった。
Never before had I seen Hijikata-san so vexed, so disturbed. Saito-san, however, took all of this in without speaking, and he stared plaintively at the floor. After a pause, he lifted his head and spoke.
お気持ちをお察しします。局長もさぞ無念だったことでしょう。
Hijikata-san turned up to look at Saito-san. Through moist, tear-soaked eyes, he shot a bitter glance at Saito-san that made my hair stand.
無念なんかじゃねえよ。
Hijikata-san's aggressive response surprised all of us, but Saito-san's eyes grew wide in astonishment. He could only stare back at the visibly shaken Hijikata-san, questioning what he could have meant.
新政府のやつらは斬首だって伝えたとき、近藤さんが泣きわめいて小便漏らして必死に命乞いするとでも思ってやがったんだろうが、あの人は首切りだって言われた時もな、みっともなく逃げ回ったり取り乱したりなんてしなかったってよ。いつものあの笑顔で、そうか、しょうがないなって言ったのはそれだけだったらしい。ただこのままメイドに行ったら閻魔さんがびっくりするから、武将髭だけ剃ってくれって言ったんだとよ。これ以上潔い死に方なんてあるか。生まれは百姓でも最後に腹を詰めさせてもらえなくても、誰が何と言おうとあの人は本物の武士だったぜ。もう死んじまおうって状況に置かれてあの人と同じことを言える人間がどれだけいるってんだ。
Saito-san fell silent. Hijikata-san's words fell heavily on the ears of everyone in the room, and they were speechless. They rang so true to what we had been feeling, but couldn't say. Just then,
伝令です。会津藩はこれから白川城奪回のため出陣するそうです。
わかった。それでは我らも共に。
just as Saito-san looked over to his men to give the command, a voice stopped him.
いや、俺たちは行かねえ。このまま仙台へ向かう。
All it took was Hijikata-san's order for Saito to freeze.
どういうことですか、副長。
旧幕府軍の軍議で決まったんだ。新選組は仙台に向かい、東北諸藩と共に戦うってな。
つまり会津を見捨てると。
俺だってできれば最後まで会津と一緒に戦いてえさ。だが俺たちに仙台へ行けっていうのは会津側の意思でもあるんだよ。
In other words, it seemed that the Aizu's plot to strike the castle was a decoy for the Shinsengumi to escape and support the northeast safely. If that was the wish of Lieutenant General Matsudaria, then perhaps the Shinsengumi had no choice but to follow these orders.
松平中将様のご意向はよくわかりました。ですが俺はこたびの命にだけは従うことができません。
斎藤。
Hijikata-san shot Saito-san a stern look, like an instructor staring down upon his student. But this is nothing to faze Saito-san, who merely gazed back at him coldly.
我々新選組は会津藩に多大なるご恩顧を被っています。会津藩がなければ今の新選組はなかったはず。新選組という名も会津公より賜ったものです。その会津がまだここで新政府軍と戦っている。我々が武士として会津公に備中を尽くす気は今を置いて他にないと考えます。
Saito-san's words were so decisive that Hijikata-san stood in shock. I couldn't blame him. Never once had Saito-san ever stated his opinion with such force and purpose to Hijikata-san.
俺や片森公の命に背いてもお前はここに残るっつうんだな。
はい。史跡を失い武士としては死んでいた俺を生き返らせてくれたのは新選組、ひいては会津公です。新選組、そして会津藩は俺の中では武士そのものなんです。ここで会津を見捨ててしまえば俺は武士としての生を全うすることなど到底叶いません。
なるほど。お前が言いたいことはよく分かった。特に長州の奴らは会津藩を親の敵以上に憎んでやがる。もしかすると幕府そのものよりも嫌ってんじゃねえかってくらいに。必要以上の兵力で攻め込んできやがるだろうし、戦死した後死体をゴミみてえに扱われるかもしれね
え。覚悟の上です。
Saito-san's willingness elicited a worse smirk from Hijikata-san.
つまり俺たちの道はここで別れちまうってことだ
な。申し訳ありません。
おいおい、別に謝ることじゃねえだろう。お前が自分の頭で考えて決めたことにケチをつける気はねえよ。しかしお前がこんなに喋るやつだとは思わなかったな。知られざる新たな一面ってやつか。
Hijikata-san let out a hearty chuckle, but Saito-san continued staring at the ground. Or perhaps he couldn't bring himself to look up.
土方さん、俺が初めて司令官に行った時のことを覚えてますか？
A wide grin curled from Hijikata-san's lips as he showed earnestness to respond, eagerness to respond.
忘れろって言われたって忘れられねえよ。司令官には市内なんて置いてねえ。表木刀しかねえってのに本気で打ち込みやがって。最初にお前の相手をしたのが掃除じゃなかったら骨の5、6本は折れてたはずだぜ。下手すりゃ死人が出てたかもな。掃除も掃除でお前を殺す勢いで木刀を叩き込もうとしやがるし、俺たちが途中で止めてなきゃ確実にどっちかが死んでたな。
There was a bright glimmer of nostalgia coming from Hijikata-san's eyes as he reminisced about Shie Hall. Gondo-san, Hijikata-san, Sanam-san, Okita, Nakakura, Harada, and Heisuke. The place where all of the Shinsengumi men had spent their youth. And for Saito-san, it was a home of refuge in which he could forge both his identity and his technique, a place to call home.
試合を終えた後、卑怯者、邪道、無作法者と言われなかったのはあの時が初めてでした。
真剣で切り合う時に卑怯もクソも言ってられねえからな。そんなことくっちゃべってる間に切られちまう。それに右差しは反則でも何でもねえだろう。お前の立場で考えりゃ周りの連中全員が反則してるみてえなもんだろうしな。
Coming from Hijikata-san, those words must have been the greatest gift Saito-san could have ever received.
あの時俺はこう思いました。あんたや近藤さんの命令なら、尊上派の大物志士でも大名でも偉人でも、どんな人間でも切り殺すことができると。
実際お前には汚れ仕事ばっかりさせてきちまったよな。悪かったな。
Saito-san shook his head curtly in response to Hijikata-san's apology.
それを受け入れて実行したのは俺の意志です。俺は自分で命令に従うことを選びました。そしてそれをこれから先もずっと続けていくつもりでした。ですがな
あ斎藤、俺たちから離れることをそこまで申し訳なく思うことねえんだぜ。お前の意志で主君を、お前の生き方を選んだ。ただそれだけのことだ。お前が選んだ道は間違ってねえよ。
Saito-san looked to be fighting back tears. He suddenly dug his teeth into his lips, trying to hold back the deluge of emotions that was waiting to burst. And even so, he spoke with a restrained monotone. Perhaps if he hadn't done so, his voice would be a little more than a blubbering mess of emotions. So in typical fashion, Saito-san was attempting to remain taciturn in the face of duty. After a moment, Hijikata-san turned to Shimada.
島田、お前はどうするつもりなんだ？
俺はもちろん土方さんと共に参ります。せっかくここまで来たんですから、どこまでもお付き合いしますよ。
What about you, Heisuke? Are you leaving with Hijikata-san as well?
まあ、俺は一度死んじまったようなもんだからさ。あの時、一旦死んで生き返ってまで何をしたかったのかを今までずっと考えてたんだけど。
Heisuke stopped himself. Did you think of an answer?
そうだな。
Heisuke scratched his nose absent-mindedly before timidly assuming a reflective tone.
もし俺があのまま羅刹にならずに死んでたとしたら、きっと最後の瞬間こう思ってたんじゃねえかな。せっかくだからみんなで作った新選組がどうなるのかを最後まで見届けたかったって。
おい平助、最後までっつうのはどういう意味だ？
You know what he meant!
新選組がもうすぐなくなっちまうみてえじゃねえか。縁起でもねえな。
Hijikata-san glared at Heisuke, but then he stuck out his tongue playfully.
それに今の土方さんって背中がガラ空きだからさ、誰かがついててやらねえとな。
What about you guys? Soma? Nomura?
俺たちも副長にお供します。
そうそう、 こうなったら地の果てまで追いかけてやるぜ。
I see. This whole time, I've been walking alongside the men of the Shinsengumi. But now our paths were splintering, and it seems each of us has a destiny to fulfill. I suppose I'd be lying if I said that I wouldn't miss them, but like Hijikata-san said, their path is their own.
雪村、お前はどうするつもりなんだ？
Hijikata-san had mentioned that this place would soon become a battlefield, fraught with death and danger. If I were to remain here, I likely would stand no chance. However, the same choice fell on Saito-san's shoulders. If either of us choose a different path, it was likely that the two of us would never see each other again. Well, we're staying here. I will stay here. My answer came to everyone's surprise. The individual who seemed most stupefied was Saito-san, whose expression was still aimed towards the ground in a fit to suppress his emotions. Although the words hadn't come from his mouth. His brows told the entire story, furrowed with so much curiosity as to why I answered how I did.
さっきの俺たちの話、聞いてたよな。会津はこれから激戦地になる。ここに残れば、ひでえ死に方をするのは目に見えてる。それでも残りてえって。
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. But the thought of living my life away from Saito-san, scattered somewhere else while he fought here, I couldn't think of another option.
理由は聞かねえ方がいいのかな。
As Hijikata-san expressed his resignation, he glanced over at Saito-san. In turn, Saito-san's gaze was fixed on me, staring at me with the same stoic blue eyes I'd always admired.
二人でゆっくり話し合って決めろよ。無理なようだったら、後から俺たちを追っかけてきてもいいんだしな。
With that, Hijikata-san kindly patted my shoulder with his hand. Then he turned around and began sauntering down the mountain path alongside Shimada, Heisuke, Soma, and Nomura. As soon as the footsteps were out of earshot, Saito-san broke the silence.
何故あんなことを言った？
It had been so long since I found myself on the other end of one of Saito-san's frigid questions. The bite in his voice made my stomach drop, but I stood tall and stayed put.
今からでも遅くはない。土方さんの後を追って共に行け。
He's trying so hard to push us away, but he can't. He won't. I won't let it. No.
さっき話していたことを聞いてなかったのか。これから会津は戦火に見舞われる。今度ばかりは生き延びられるかわからない。
Hold on. There we go.
ここに残っても無駄死にするだけだ。
I looked straight at Saito-san, facing his harsh words head on, and I turned the questions back to him. Saito-san, you plan on dying on this battlefield, do you? No answer came from him at first. Cuties! Well, I'm sorry, but there's gonna be a lot in like the next 30 minutes. Surely he had planned on explaining some lie in order to save face. Instead, he grimaced angrily and threw his hands into the air as if he had abandoned his original answer.
だとしたらどうだというのだ。
In this moment, I realized that any sentiment shared between Sato-san and myself was thinner than a strand of hair. We'd never exchanged promises for the future. In all actuality, I had no clue what Sato-san thought of me, much less if those thoughts bloomed into anything real. All that we had to fall back upon were our words. Perhaps only in the space of our conversations had I done anything to climb into his heart, but only just. Even so, I had to try. Then I'm staying here too. I won't leave your side until the very end. As the words escaped my lips, Sato-san scowled at me with such ferocity, it was as if his eyes could summon daggers that were aimed right for me.
俺があんたの命の恩人だからか。あんたを守れと命じたのは土方さんだ。俺はただ命令に従ったまでのこと。そんな義理のために命を危険にさらすべきではない。さっさと行け。
But I refused to move. Instead, I balled my hands into tight fists and spoke. That's not it. I don't want to stay with you just because you saved my life.
では何故だ。
I was tired of being placed at the center of his questions, and instead I fought back. Is it too much to ask to want to be with you? My heart pounded furiously in my chest, realizing I was challenging a man who stored his anger silently behind his vacant expressions. But I was steadfast in staring into his eyes patiently, attempting to draw whatever truth I could from them. My God, the sun is having a battle with the clouds. Sato-san once said to me that the heart sings its song through the eyes. Pools of azure floated idly in his irises, and I was lost in them as their light made its way to me. Eventually, he turned away. As soon as I said light, the clouds parted and the sun came through.
あんたを死なせたくない。
At last, an honest truth came from his tired lips. And so too, relief came to me. Saito-san had exposed his heart to me, face to face. Well, I can't bear the thought of yours either, Saito-san. But this is a truth I've come to accept. The truth that one day you may not return to me. But I also accept that if you abandon the Aizu when they need you most, you may regret it forever. So grant me this. I want to remain at your side. Until I can no longer breathe, I am yours. I know that this is rather selfish of me to request. Saito-san looked in everything. Saito-san took in everything I had said, quietly considering my humble words. It looked as though each word was turned over and over again in his head, perhaps searching for one last way to convince me to leave with Hijikata-san, but...
俺はあんたが思っているほど強い人間ではない。
Out of the blue came a tender reflection.
何が正しくて何が間違っているのかを見分ける目だと持っていない。こうしている今も土方さんのもとへ走ろうか、今から急いで追えばまだ間に合うのではないかと考え迷っている。敵兵に殺される間際、負傷した時、落ち水の毒で血に狂った時、見苦しくのたうち回らぬ自信などない。ただ俺は死ぬ間際まで武士でいたい。最後は近藤さんのように潔くあの世へ行きたいと思っている。 そのためには自分の心に沿う答えを、自分にとって正しい答えを選び続けるしかない。だから会津に残ることを決めた。
His tone didn't have the same detached nonchalantness to which I had become accustomed to, but rather it was a frustrated expression of the state between him and me. This was like a Saito-san's inner self revealed, the true Saito-san who bore no need for pretense.
だが今あんたの目に映っている俺が弱い部分など持たぬ完璧な武士であるなら、何も見苦しい姿をわざわざ晒す必要はあるまい。このまま別れるのがいい。行け。俺は本当の俺の姿などあんたに見せたくはない。
His voice was hushed, but his words struck such a potent nerve with me that it was as if he were screaming them into my face. And still, I refused to move. Hello, phone. I don't think you should worry too much about whether or not you're making the right choice. And this is something that's stressing you out. So whatever choice you make, I will be there to support you no matter what. And no matter what happens to you, I will never think anything less of you. So please, let me stay with you. I could see Saito-san's eyes widened. Our silence brought with it a nervous tension, and I almost felt as though he would strike me. Or even grab my wrist and drag me to Hijikata-san's convoy himself. As impatience and dread began to get the better of me. Saito-san came close to me, our faces only an inch apart. His slender fingers wrapped around my neck, and then he closely drew me in to embrace me tightly. Those gorgeous blue eyes were gazing into my own, and together we basked in an unspoken comfort. His lower lip quivered, as if he could break into tears at any moment. Within Saito-san's timid embrace, our eyes were locked together, but then he pulled back in a nervous stupor.
それがあんたの出した答えだな。
Every word he spoke sounded like he was working to convince himself of my answer, rather than an honest, inquisitive tone.
後で悔やんだりしないか。さっきの言葉が今のあんたにとって最も正しい答えか。
Sato-san's leer was piercing, and with both eyes, he was searching desperately for validation. It was the first time I'd seen such an urgent, vulnerable expression behind his eyes, which had seen a lifetime of pain. So I told him the truth. I want nothing more than to be with you, Sato-san. Please, take me with you. I looked up at Saito-san, telling the man whom I had loved everything I knew he had yearned to hear. Saito-san's eyes moistened ever so slightly. And for a brief moment, he seemed caught in an emotional limbo between laughter and crying.
誠実な瞳だな。心の底からの魂から出た言葉を口にした時の嘘偽りない目だ。
A wave of relief seemed to come over Saito-san, and he gulped anxiously. Then his lips slowly approached mine. Just before our lips touched, Saito-san contemplated for just a beat. And then, as if he were repeating my words again in his head, his lips curled into a smile. At last, our lips met. It was the first time I'd ever kissed a man. At first, my heart raced frantically, pounding harder than I'd ever felt, and then I was enveloped by a warm sense of calm. Saito-san's supple lips quivered preciously against mine. If only this kiss were a promise for the future, beyond a blissful inferma. But what lies in store for us, we do not know. It could be a lifetime of despair and woe. But even then, the moist, tender touch of his full lips pressed against mine as we exchanged a moment of passion gave me a life's worth of happiness. In this moment, our hearts became one. And this alone was enough for us as we considered our lives hanging in the balance of our future. The next night, as we were approaching our camp, our walk was interrupted by misfortune. Oh, goody. What is this misfortune? Saito-san! The color in Saito-san's face had all but left, and he began to grasp for air. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached round 4! He dug his fingernails into his chest, grimacing from the agonizing pain as sweat began to cover his fragile frame. And say with me.
We give him blood.
Saito-san, here, drink my blood. Saito-san, as usual, shuddered at the thought, and he turned to look away from me in a discomfort fit. You know what? Weirdly enough, I think Saito-san is the only one by the end that does not get comfortable with this decision. I think everybody else is like, yeah, we accept our fate. God damn it, Twix. Like I had done previously, I unsheathed my kodachi and made a small cut just underneath my ear. All I said was, God damn it. Saito-san quietly held me closely, bringing his eager lips to suck at the small droplets of blood emerging. His warm, tingling tongue traced the path formed by the slow trickle of the falling droplets down my neck. I'm not! This is a game doing it. Because it's basically a vampire, sort of. Kind of. Look, there's a lot of complications to it. It's not purely vampire stuff, but I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of research that's going into this for me to explain it, and I can't explain it in one fell swoop. After a panicked moment, Saito-san's breath finally began to calm, and eventually it normalized. I tried to step back to give him some room, but as I moved, I felt his hand tighten on my shoulder. Look, the last route that we did, we learned that that the serum has originated from France, okay? I didn't know that before. It was a revelation. And then we figured out more things about the demons that are in France. And it just, it's a lot to take in about this thing. And the fact that it's been divided by so many routes, you gotta keep track of what happens what and when and I can shout when I feel like it. Then he coolly whispered into my ear as the cut underneath began to seal itself. Alright, Twix. His words were so gentle and sincere. I gave him a small nod and I leaned myself against him. It was the night before our departure for Shirakawa Castle. I had spent a peaceful night in a room all to myself, thanks to the Aizu's military generously renting a house for our accommodations. Although our own chances for victory were dwarfed by the size and weaponry of our adversaries, for some strange reason, I felt no fear or worry. Perhaps it was because I had already accepted the fact that our backs were against the wall. Or maybe it was because I was given a chance to remain beside the man that I love.
雪村、そろそろ休んだらどうだ。夜通し起きていると、明日行軍している最中に倒れるかもしれんぞ。
Well, why don't you rest too, Saito-san? Saito-san reacted sheepishly to my suggestion, and he turned away blushing.
あとどれだけの時間、あんたと共にいられるかわからん。眠る時間すら惜しい。と言ったら笑うか。
No. I shook my head. I feel the same way. Sleeping right now seems impossible.
そっか。
Saito-san's response was short, but even so, I could tell there was a weight and sentiment behind it. The room was filled with a nervous silence, as if we both lingered on the cups of saying something more. Ever since we had separated from Hijikata-san and Nagarayama, Saito-san and I had seen numerous skirmishes with the Imperial forces. I became aware of our thin chances of survival. Hope became a shallow gesture. This uncertainty made each moment we had shared all the more precious, and we savored every single one with aplomb as our hearts wielded it. I glanced curiously at Saito-san. He stared outside of the window silently, watching the scattered stars glimmering above. Saito-san, do you enjoy looking at the stars? My question prompted him to gaze inquisitively at me in kind.
何故そう思う。
That night in Kofu, you were so entranced by the stars that night as well.
あんたは俺をよく見ているな。
Well, yes. I have loved you for some time now. The words came so naturally from my mouth. These feelings of attraction had stewed in my heart for such a long time. How had I not realized it? Saito-san merely blushed and shrugged his shoulders.
夜空だけではない。昼間の空も、虹も、海も好きだ。
Starry nights, sunsets, rainbows on the sea? Saito-san seemed to be mouthing off random phrases, and I cocked my head in befuddlement. It seemed as though none of these things had anything in common, but... Saito-san stared once more outside of the window in admiration, as if it were a bright sunny morning.
途方もなく大きなものを見るのが好きなのだ。夜空も、昼間の空も、虹も、海も。大きなものをただじっと見ていると、些細な悲しみや不安が、いつの間にか消えてなくなってしまう気がする。
You have a point. Every time I had found Saito-san's Stargate. Oh my god, it's a phone! Hold up. I gotta take this. Alright, I'm back. In a few minutes, I might have to leave again, but it'll be quick, I swear. Every time I found Saito-san stargazing, it seemed he was reflecting upon his own self-doubts. His heart always seemed so heavy. The timing of his reflective move was understandable, and his melancholic gaze was quaint besides the window.
俺にとっては近藤さんや土方さんもそういう存在だった。
I didn't tell you to leave, Twix!
彼らについていけば間違いはない。俺の不安や悩みを消し去ってくれる大いなるものの象徴だった。
I sat up and I walked towards Saito-san. Saito-san, are you feeling anxious right now?
何故だ。
Because Kondo-san, Hijikata-san, neither of them are here to offer any words of guidance or support for you anymore. Saito-san reached his hand over to mine and clasped it tight kindly.
心細くはない。あんたがいるからな。
He smiled. Saito-san's words were touching, but... Are you sure? When you're stressed, or if you're in pain, or if you're stuck wondering if you've made the right choice, do you trust me to help you and be there for you when you need me? For Saito-san, both Hijikata-san and the Shinsengumi provided an irreplaceable system of support. I had no confidence whatsoever that I could fill any of the roles that either Hijikata-san or the group had given. In response, Saito-san gripped my hand tightly. He began to entwine his slender fingers lovingly with my own, which at first was a little awkward, but it was an adorable gesture nonetheless.
あんたはただそばにいるだけで俺の支えになってくれている。あんたの前で見苦しい姿を晒すわけにはいかない。最後の最後まで武士として戦わねばならない。あんたと共にいると一人でにそういう気持ちにさせられる。だから不安に思う必要はない。
I see. Like always, Saito-san's calm reassurance comforted me. For as long as he would have me, I would stick by him. Even until the very last second of my life, I will do whatever he asks of me so long as we are together. It was deflating, however, to think that these moments were numbered. If anything, I recognized this as an opportunity to ask him about things I had always wondered. What should I ask him about first? The pest. Saito-san, do you remember this? I pulled a small charm from out of my pocket. At first, Saito-san gazed at it absent-mindedly.
いや、見覚えがないが、それがどうしたというのだ。
I giggled as I opened up the charm. Inside of it was a pressed cherry blossom petal. Although its color may have faded, you could still make out the rosy image of what it used to be.
それを。
Saito-san fell speechless, and his mouth was agape in surprise. At first, he held his breath, and his hand shook as he reached out to touch it as if he had witnessed an apparition appear before his very eyes. Within the charm was the flower petal that Saito-san had given me before leaving the Shinsengumi to join the guardians of the Imperial Tomb. I love this trope.
ずっと持っていたのか。あの時の桜の花びらを。
Well, not exactly. It's dried up quite a bit, and it's not in the best of shape. Behind Saito-san's eyes, I could see a flurry of emotion whirling through him as he stared at the petal. I watched his lip quiver ever so slightly. I had known him for so long now that he didn't even need to speak for me to know what he was thinking.
月日を経ても変わらぬものというのは思いのほか近くにあったのだな。
Saito-san let out a satisfied grin. Huh? You mean this flower petal? But it has wilted so much.
花びらそのものではない。
He's smooth.
これを手渡した時のあんたの思いが今も変わらずここにある。そしておそらくこれから先もずっと。
I think Saito-san was fighting back how overcome with emotion he may have felt. Then he closed his eyes and handed the charm back to me.
感謝する雪村。いいものを見せてもらった。
Oh, it's no problem. Watching Saito-san beam with such delight filled me with happiness. Silence fell between us once more. Bright white clouds covered every inch of the sky. The music just stopped very suddenly. What the hell? Our evening together, it seemed, had come to an end. However, Saito-san and I found ourselves unwilling to budge. His hand was still gently coiled in mine, and our bodies were leaned against each other. After prolonged silence, Sato-san glanced over in my direction before whispering softly into my ear.
雪村、あんたに一つ約束しておく。
A promise? What is it? Sato-san kept his stare fixed on me.
これから先何があっても俺は命を懸けてあんたを守る。新選組でも土方さんでも会津公の命令でもなく俺自身の命令で。
His tone was hushed and faltering, but within each word was a force of resolve and purpose. Saito-san was making this vow to me. Knowing that he had assumed this responsibility and went so far as to call it a promise made my heart flutter. Yet, it was difficult to respond at first. What response could I give after he had poured himself to me? My hands were trembling, but I reached out to him. I wanted to be as close to him as I humanly could. I wanted him to know how much I loved him. This is the first time she's ever instigated it. Oh my lord! A bold move, perhaps. But sometimes when words failed us, it is best to take matters into our own hands. I love you, Saito. Saying it comes so easily. But showing you is something else altogether. I hope that as our mouths were connected in those throes of passion, he knew everything I'd wanted to say. As our lips parted, this was my only wish.
何故
Shh. Don't ask.
だが
He attempted to gather his breath and reattempts his question, but then he fell silent. A long silence, mind, that I had expected. Throughout our pause and conversation, my cheeks were still flushed with color. So I took his hand once more. Why don't we go to bed? Our hands were still entwined. Sato-san's cheeks were red, and I led him to the futon, into which he carefully made himself snug. I saw a playful grin curl in the corner of his lips, and he made me smile in return. We speak no further of what just happened. The next day, the Aizu domain had sent a scouting... There's the phone call. Alright, I'll be right back! Okay. Now we're back. It should be done with interruptions. Hopefully. Anyway. Right. The Aizu domain had sent a scouting troop to survey the area around Shirakawa Castle, but contact with that troop had been quickly lost, which was an ominous sign for all of us. Sato-san and I were assigned to leave for Shirakawa in order to uncover any details about their whereabouts. We had made our approach to the castle stealthily, but both of us had an eerie suspicion that something was off.
妙だな。人の気配がまるで感じられない。
From what the Aizu officials had told us, all of the Imperial Army troops were stationed within the castle, but it was conspicuously silent around the entire castle, and it was peculiar to think that there was no activity in or around the castle when we'd arrived. As we expected, there was no sign of the scouting team, which was worrisome, to say the least. Just then, a rustle in the bushes startled us. Saito immediately clasped his hand around the hilt of his blade, drawing his attention to the rustling bushes.
雪村、後ろに隠れていろ。
I hid behind Saito-san as he directed. He held in a deep breath, channeling all of his focus to listen for a sign of what the sound could be.
獣ではないな。人間の足音だ。しかもおそらく2人か3人。偵察部隊が戻ってきたのならこちらに合図を送るはず。ということは。
Saito-san's grip upon his sword tightened apprehensively. Wherever those footsteps were coming from, they were stepping closer and closer to us. Without a second thought, Sato-san unsheathed his sword and swung fiercely at the approaching stranger. However, the stranger reflexively parried Sato-san's blade, which must have meant they expected our arrival. The hairs on the back of my neck stood as the moonlight cut through the thick layer of fog, exposing the stranger. It was...
くそ、新政府軍にも意外と腕の立つやつがいるじゃねえか。って、あれ？斎藤？
Nagakura? As soon as Saito-san realized that he'd attempted to strike at Nagakura, he sheathed his sword.
新八か。何故あんたがここにいる？
そりゃこっちのセリフだって。いきなり切りかかってくるんじゃねえよ。相変わらず物騒なやつだな。
Nagakura, what are you doing here?
俺たちは。
おい、新八。お前一体誰と話してるんだ？
That voice, it was...
斎藤じゃねえか。お前どうしてこんなところにいるんだよ。
Harada, you're here too?
ここで一体何をしている？説明してくれ。
Dan!
どうもこうもねえよ。新政府軍と戦うためサナと一緒に合図に来たんだけどさ。甲府で戦った羅刹隊がいるだろ。あいつらの姿を見かけたから追っかけてきたってわけだ。
We are so close to finishing this route.
二人で辺りを見張ってたんだが、羅刹隊の連中が白川城に入っていくのが見えた。どうも白川城はもう羅刹どもの巣になっちまってるみたいだな。
What? If there were furies here, especially of the ravenous variety we've seen in Kofu, then so was my father. Just then,
また足音だ。今度は4、5人。
Saito-san reached for the hilt of his katana. So too did Nagakura and Harada. Except Harada has a fucking spear.
Things are fine.
I have food waiting for me to eat when I'm done with this. Also watermelon. All of them were ready to move at the drop of a hat. Suddenly, shadows leapt from out of the corners into the path. Soaring to such a lofty height was far beyond the capabilities of a human jump.
来やがったか、羅刹ども。この槍の餌食にしてやるぜ。
The Furious charged at us with katanas that were sorely lacking range compared to Harada's spear, which he had been twirling with glee. Harada reflexively thrust the spear into the chest of an incoming Fury, an act followed by the eerie sounds of mangled bones and blood splattering upon the ground.
目測を誤ったか。
Ooh. Harada's aim, it seemed, had just barely missed the Fury's heart, which meant that its wounds would heal itself soon, as if nothing had happened. Off to the side, Nagakura thrashed his sword wildly into the crowd of Furies, hoping to sneak a swipe in.
ったく、心臓を一撃で貫かなきゃならねえってのも面倒だよな。
So would beheading them, I suppose. It's also impossible.
Yep, I didn't trust flying squirrels.
すぐ傷が治っちまうんじゃ。出血死なんてのも期待できねえし。
In spite of his outburst, Nagakura had a small, sly grin on his face. This man loves fighting! We also appreciate Nagakura around these parts. After dodging the path of an incoming enemy sword, Nagakura viciously swiped at the Fury's unguarded arm, and the hiss of flesh splitting cracked in my ear. Saito-san caught this act in his peripherals.
あんたは何に関しても大雑把すぎだ。
Unlike Nagakura's frenzy technique, Saito-san moved with finesse, striking at each of the Fury's vital points before their bodies piled on top one another. The desperate cacophonous shrieks of dying Furies echoed boorishly throughout the forest. Despite their enhanced speed and strength, the Furies still suffered from amateurish swordsmanship. They were no match against the skill precision demonstrated by Saito-san, Nagakura, and Harada.
とりあえずこれで全部片付けたか。そう多くなくて助かったな。甲府の時みてえにとんでもねえ数で来られたら切っても切ってもキリがなかったとこだ。
Nagakura wiped the sweat beads dripping down his brow. Then an unexpected voice startled us. From underneath the pile of dismembered carcasses, one of the Furies murmured a low groan.
なんだ、まだ生きてやがったのか。
待て、何か言いたいことがあるようだ。まだ理性が残っているようだな。
Saito stretched out his arm to stop Nagakura, and then he cautiously approached the Fury. The Fury struggled to catch his breath as his lungs were becoming crushed by the weight of the other bodies. Saito-san looked him in the eye and spoke curtly.
今合図がどうとか言っていたな。お前が知っていることをすべて話せ。
おかしな真似はするんじゃねえぞ。いくら羅刹だっつっても俺たち3人と戦って勝てるわけねえってことは分かるだろ。
The soldier nodded with displeasure and began to speak.
今、白川城の中で羅刹の実験が行われてるんだ。実
羅刹は用済みになって始末されちまう。逃げ出そうとした時に羅刹の毒の発作が出て。
お前は何者だ。新政府軍の者か。
The soldier shook his head languidly. Whoops.
俺たちは軍の人間じゃねえ。新政府軍に雇われたただの住人だ。
Oh, so now they're experimenting on innocent civilians. Got it. Never take a cookie from an orange badger? I don't think orange badgers exist over here, but alright, I'll take your advice. Bye bye, Dan.
新政府軍には役所でも町人でも区別せずに取り立ててくれる部隊があるって言うんで志願したんだ。もちろんこんな体にされるって知ってればいりゃしなかったさ。だがあのじじいがおかしな薬を飲ませやがって。
From the soldier's description, I assumed he was speaking about my father.
無茶な戦いに駆り出されるたびに仲間が一人また一人とおかしくなっていき、しまいには用済みとして始末されちまう。
Hearing the sins my father had been committing made my stomach turn. I was speechless.
さっき合図がどうとか言ってたが、鬼どもは何を企んでやがるんだ。
じじいは白川城を守ってた会津藩士を羅刹の実験に使うつもりなんだ。
With each word spoken, the soldier's sunken face became more pale, and he couldn't breathe without wincing. Then something terribly strange occurred.
俺は死にたくねえよ。化け物になって理性を乗っ取られてこんなことになるなんて。
He stretched his fingers out towards the sky, but I could swear they were turning white before our eyes. It was almost as if they had been lit ablaze from inside and deteriorating at an astonishing rate. Soon the tips of his fingers resembled the end of a burning incense, his flesh charring into crumbling ash. At the end of this display, only ash remained.
こりゃどういうことだ。羅刹の体が消えてなくなっちまったぜ。心臓を貫いた時や銀の銃弾で撃たれた時とは全然違う死に方だな。羅刹には俺たちがまだ知らねえ秘密が隠されてるのだ。
とりあえず城の中に急ごうぜ。あの羅刹の話が本当なら会津藩士たちが危ねえってことだろう。もうすぐ会津ででかい戦が始まるんだし、早めに実験を終えて羅刹部隊を使いてえはずだ。
Everyone nodded in agreement, and we all readied ourselves to rush for Shirakawa Castle. Saito-san, however, stood firm, as if he weren't joining us. Saito-san, what's the matter? We need to hurry. His eyes dripped to the floor, and he began muttering to himself.
今日もいたが、今も俺は数えきれぬほどの人間を切り殺してきた。俺が逃げるか死ねるか。
Saito, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Your mixing is horrible.
命を冒涜するのは許せないが、偉そうなことをのたまうつもりはない。傍から見れば ただ人を切るのも実験のために命をもてあそぶのも変わりはないだろう。人斬り同士が食い合いしているだけのことだ。悪にしか裁けん悪もあるはずだ。俺の心、羅刹を生み出すものを悪と定めた。鬼どもは倒す。
A tenacious fire emerged behind Sato-san's bright eyes. His glare alone could have killed a man. After staring angrily at the ground for another moment, he finally looked up and faced me.
待たせてすまない。行くぞ。
And so the four of us approached the castle gate, sprinting hastily through the dim forested trail.
お、城門が見えてきたぜ。見張りはいねえみてえだな。
戦のさなか、しかも中じゃ羅刹の実験をやってるってのに見張りなしか。くせえ。
何か罠があるかもしれん。ゆっくり近づこう。
We all nodded and stepped tentatively towards the direction of the front gate. Just then, the crack of gunfire thundered beside us. We all gasped and held our breaths, thinking a nearby rifleman had spotted our movements, but...
分かってんだぜ。そこに隠れてんだろ。
Well, finally, this bitch makes his appearance.
この際、つまんねえ小細工とか駆け引きはなしってことにしようや。俺はお前らとこうして戦えるのを楽しみにしてたんだからよ。
That voice.
お前らが来てるってのは分かってんだ。とっとと姿を現してくれよ。
The tall tan demon Shiranui had been waiting for us at the gate's opening.
お前も来ていたのか。
Sato-san shot a glance at Shiranui with fervent animosity.
今この中で何が行われているか分かっているのか。
大体はな。俺は別に風間や行動のじじいに協力するつもりはねえが、お前らと戦える機会が巡ってきたってのにみすみす放り捨てちまうのももったいねえ気がしてよ。会いたかったぜ。俺と互角に戦えるくらいには腕を磨いてきてくれたんだろうな。
Although Shiranui's own agenda may have been at odds with both Kazuma and my father, it seemed that it hadn't stopped him from seeking to become a nuisance for our own means.
そこを通せと言っても従うつもりはないのだろう。では強引に通るしかないか。
Saito wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword. Before he could move, however, Nagakura interrupted.
斉藤、お前は彼女を連れた先に行け。ここは俺たちが何とかする。
だな。あの時の決着をつけるいい機会だ。
なんだと。この者は鬼だぞ。しかも銃を持っている。あんたたち二人では。
He's right. If it's just the two of you against Shiranui, then you'll...
なんだよその顔。俺たちの腕が信用できねえってか。一緒に視線をくぐってきたってのに薄情なやつだな。
あんたたちを信用していないわけではない。だが
なんだ、戦うのはお前ら二人だけか。別に俺は構わねえぜ。全員の相手をしろとは言われてねえからな。
お兄さんも構わねえって言ってるぜ。さっさと行けよ斉藤。すぐにこいつを片付けてお前らの後を追いかけるからよ。
Saito watched his interaction unfold silently, and he glanced between Nagakura and Harada. After a moment, he nodded in confirmation.
分かった。先に行って待っているぞ。必ず追いついてこい。いいな。
分かってるって。お前こそ途中で死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
Without another word, Saito-san turned and sprinted in. I followed behind him as fast as my legs would take me. Saito-san, was it really okay for us to leave the two of them behind? Neither Nagakura nor Hanada had ever drunk the water of life. They were both as human could be. For the two of them to enter battle with a demon, let alone one as skilled with a gun, felt so reckless.
あの二人は果たせない約束など口にはしない。絶対に追いついてきてくれるはずだ。心配するな。
Saito-san's words were bestowed with an unbreakable trust, one that had been nurtured for years besides men with whom he had served the Shinsengumi faithfully. Within the castle's interior, it was hauntingly still. If the story told to us by the dying fury outside of the castle was true, then there should be dozens of Aizu soldiers and furies waiting to greet us inside. Why is it so quiet? Didn't Nagakura say that this place was swarming with furies?
実験が行われている部屋から距離があるためか、あるいは。
Saito-san's voice trailed off as he wondered to himself, and a chill ran down my spine, then a startling surprise. A sliding door was flung open. From behind the sliding door came... A gang of feral furies screeched to signal their arrival, and they leapt feverishly into the room. Oh, that was delayed. What? In response, Saito-san changed into his fury form. He unsheathed his sword, and then he weaved so agilely between the furies, my eyes could barely keep up. Inside of a narrow hallway, Saito-san opted to lunge instead of swinging his sword, piercing limbs to disarm his foes. For Saito-san, it seemed to be no labor to move through such a cramped corridor, as he had been well versed in fighting in many of Kyoto's narrow passageways. The battle between furies meant that the Zero's enhancements were leveled. Only true swordsmanship could prevail. In the span of one breath, Saito-san had made quick work of each of the furies, killing them with grace and ease.
素晴らしい力だ。私が作り出した新型の羅刹を一瞬で切り殺してしまう。
This voice, it was.
久しぶりだな。甲府で会った時以来か。
Great, he's here. Father!
わざわざ我が娘をここまで連れてきてくれて感謝するよ。迎えに行く手間が省けたというものだ。
あんたに合わせるためにここに連れてきたわけではない。
結果としてそうなるのだから同じことではないかね。それにしても落ち水が随分体に馴染んでいるようだ。あれから何度羅刹と一度きり、それとももう数えきれぬほど力を使ってしまったのかね。
答える必要があるのか。
いや、この間会った時に伝え忘れていたことがあってね。羅刹の力の源が何であるか君は知っているか。
Saito-san was hesitant to answer given my father's cryptic tone, and he thinned his eyes in anticipation of whatever Turk's father might have had up his sleeve. However, it seemed father was posing his question rhetorically, and his lips curled into a grin as he continued on.
羅刹の 人知を超えた力を生み出すもの、それは人間が持つ生命力だ。その力は神仏からの授かり物でも何でもなく、これから先君が生きるための力を前倒しして使っているに過ぎん。
What? If what my father had said was true, then every time Saito activated his fury abilities, had it meant that he was sacrificing his remaining lifespan? Saito-san's brows furrowed slightly, as if he were perplexed by this sudden revelation, but then he muttered in a composed, hushed tone.
城の外にいた羅刹が妙な死に方をしたのはそれが原因か。
The fury outside turned to ash without leaving a single trace of his remains behind. So was that because when your lifespan had been completely depleted, there's nothing holding your body or your matter together? And that meant Saito-san, having already drunk the water of life, will soon suffer the same fate?
驚きと絶望で声すら出んか。力を使うたび、君の最後の日が刻一刻と迫ってくる。ほら、絶望しただろう。戦い続ける気力など失せてしまっただろう。
Father began cackling to himself maniacally, just as the despair began to sink in.
そんなことで俺たちが絶望するはずねえじゃねえか。
A familiar voice called out from behind me. That voice, it was... Heisuke! What are you doing here?
土方さんに言われたんだ。心残りがあるんなら今のうちに片付けてこいってさ。
Okay, how many rooms is this going to happen in where Heisuke just like comes in to save us? Like, it's... let me think. Is it 3 or 4? God, I don't know. 3 or 4. But I love it every single time just because I love Heisuke. Heisuke laughed lightheartedly before shifting an angry glare over at my father.
羅刹の力を使うたび寿命を削られる。最後の日が刻一刻と迫ってくる。俺たちは今日にいた頃、それこそいつ死んじまってもおかしくねえ毎日を送ってたんだぜ。死盤の前の日なんか怖くて眠れねえ時だってあった。普通に街を歩いてるだけでもいつ不定老死に切り殺されるかわかんねえ。そんな中を生き抜いてきた俺たちが寿命を削られるくらいで絶望するわけねえだろ。だよな、はじめくん。
In response, Saito-san's mouth twitched into a daring smile.
そう。
Death was something both the Shinsengumi men were intimately familiar with, making my father's attempts to cast doubt in their hearts all the more meaningless.
俺たちにとって命なんてのは花札の手札みてえなもんに過ぎねえ。そしてたった一つしかない命を使ってでっかい賭けに勝ち抜く。俺たちはずっとそうしてきたんだ。
Suddenly, Heisuke's hair became white. In one swift movement, Heisuke drew his sword and bolted rashly at father's direction, before sliding the icy sharp blade across his ribcage. However, father was unfazed as the gash left by Heisuke began to seal itself, and the bloody viscera stopped.
はじめくん、ここは俺が何とかするよ。先に行っててくれ。このおっさんを片付けたらすぐに追っかけていくからさ。みんなで鬼退治としゃれ込もうぜ。
His words were confident and decisive, and not a hint of doubt could be found in them.
ああ、待っているからな。
Saito nodded, and the two shared a wordless moment in which they acknowledged how much one of them meant to the other, a token of brotherly admiration. Atop of the large staircase was an enormous grand hall. Rows of ornately decorated tables and seats that were once host to an array of teeming guests, I imagined. In the place of the daimyo's chair, however, stood two tall, shadowy figures. Although there were only the two of them, their ghostly aura permeated the entire hall, causing my hair to rise chillingly all along the length of my arms. It was all but impossible to flinch. I had made one of the figures out to be Kyujo Amagiri, who, upon recognizing me, grimaced irritably.
なぜ彼女をここに連れてきたのですか?
Beside him stood Chikage Kazuma, staring vacantly at us. I swear to God, if you say something about being delivered again.
この娘を俺に献上するため連れてきたに決まっているではないか。
God, nothing can redeem Kazuma from me. Ah.
こうして言葉を交わすのはいつ以来。あの頃はまだお前たち新選組も威勢が良かった。今は見る影もない。
Kazuma's taunts were met with no reaction from Saito-san, who continued to glare coldly at the demon.
ご苦労だったな、バンケ。我が妻をこちらへ渡してもらおう。
あんたに引き渡すために彼女をここに連れてきたわけではない。
では何のためだ。
あんたを倒す。彼女も守る。どちらも果たせると思ったから連れてきたまでだ。
Kazuma chortled in amusement from Saito-san's challenge.
これはいい。俺を倒しその娘を守るときたか。鳥羽伏見の戦の時のことを忘れてはいまい。 この俺に手も足も出ずボロ切れのようになって落ち水を飲みようやくまともに切り合えるようになったのを忘れた。貴様は俺の情けによって生かされたに過ぎぬのだ。
あの場で俺は最良の選択をしたと思っている。後悔はしていない。今まで俺が選んできた道は すべて正しい道だ。そしてこれから俺は正しい道を歩み続ける自信がある。
Saito-san's demeanor was unwavering in his refusal to give in to Kazuma's crude verbal provocations.
正しい道だと。他人の命令でしか動けぬただの番犬のお前が何を選択したという。 その娘を守る新選組の命令か、それとも今は合図か。
今まではそうだったかもしれん。だがこれからは。
Saito exercised control as he spoke, as if an intense azure flame was being stroked fervently in his eyes.
俺は俺自身の命令で行動する。 命をかけて彼女を守り、貴様を倒す。
In an instant, Saito-san's hair turned white.
面白い。ではその決意のほどを確かめさせてもらおう。どこからでも遠慮なくかかってこい。天霧、今回は手出しをするなよ。
To Amagiri, Kazuma's victory may have seemed like a foregone conclusion, so Amagiri put up little resistance and scoffed as he leaned his back against the wall.
雪村、あんたも下がっていろ。
Saito-san.
大丈夫だ。俺はこの男に負けはしない。さあ、下がれ。
I had to believe in Saito. I had to. So I did as he requested, and I rested my back tensely against the wall. Then Saito unsheathed his sword. Their battle had begun. Saito kicked at the ground, hoping to land a critical blow upon Kazuma's exposed neck. Kazuma effortlessly smacked at Saito-san's blade to parry the strike, and the two swords were fiercely locked. However, Saito-san, it seemed, was the stronger of the two. The blade trembled in Kazuma's hands, and he persisted by hoping to push Saito-san back. By then, however, Saito-san had released the tension and the two stepped back. Kazuma and Saito-san stood at odds with one another. To Kazuma's surprise, Saito-san unsheathed a second sword and lunged at him from his side profile. Kazuma raised his sword to deflect the blow, but Saito-san edged him in speed by a fraction of a second. Every moment mattered, and Saito aimed a precise strike to knock Kazuma's sword from out of his hand.
押し負けたと。この俺がこんなまがいものごときと刀を弾かれただと。
He pissed.
バカな！こんなことがあってたまるか！
Kazuma shrieked wildly in disbelief, and he scurried a little distance over to where his sword had fallen. Then, Saito-san stabbed the tip of his blade into Kazuma's hand as it reached frantically for the sword's hilt, and I heard an eerie crunch as Saito-san dug the tip deeper into the flesh. Drops of crimson blood stained the castle floor. Thick streams began to trickle in the shape of a web. Kazuma's face scrunched as he grabbed a hold of Saito's blade and pulled it recklessly from his maimed hand. Because of his regenerative powers, Kazuma's hand was sure to heal any moment now, but...
薄汚れたまがいもののゴミの分際でこの俺の高貴な血を。
Hatred seethed behind Kazuma's lucid eyes, his composure waning steadily as he barked at Saito. Ugh, words, brain.
貴様だけは絶対に許さんぞ。ただ殺すだけでは飽き足りぬ。元の形をとどめぬほど細かく切り刻んでやるわ。
I flinched when Kazuma began screaming at the top of his lungs. It was fear incarnate. Then Kazuma began to transform into a true demon, with golden eyes and stark white hair. It was deity-like, an unimaginable sight.
人間ごときにこの姿を見せてやる。俺が初めて光栄に演じ。
All of a sudden, Kazuma's composure was restored, and when he spoke, his voice echoed like a temple bell, resonating in a low tone felt deeply in my chest. Saito-san assumed an offensive stance and then leapt from the ground to rush at Kazuma. But something confounding had happened. Kazuma, who only moments beforehand was standing right in front of Saito-san, vanished without a trace. Or did he? Rather, Kazuma had achieved superhuman speed, which accelerated his movements beyond what my eyes were able to follow. I shuddered to think what Kazuma was capable of if he were to shift his focus from dodging to attacking. Just as I had been contemplating the worst, a blinding flash cut through the air. As my vision was restored, my fears had been realized. Blood spurted from a fresh wound in Saito-san's chest. Saito! I had no time to react, let alone see what happened. I hadn't seen where the source of his wound came from, but then all of a sudden another bloody gash appeared on Saito's arm. Thick deluges of blood trickled from Saito-san's exposed flesh, gathering into a pool underneath his drenched body. Saito-san began to cough violently from his mouth. Saito-san began to cough blood violently from his mouth. Although his fury powers would have normally healed these lacerations shortly after they had been inflicted. Kazuma was ruthless. He swung again and again from the shadows, giving Saito no chance to defend himself.
勝負にすらならぬな。先ほどの勇ましいセリフはどうした？貴様が落ち水を飲んでまで手に入れた力はどうしたのだ？早くかわさぬと血が失せて動けなくなってしまうぞ。ミミズイカの哀れな生き物よ。
Even with his enhanced strength and speed, Saito proved to be little match against Kazuma's current state. The Grand Hall, once immaculate and lavish, had now been covered by gruesome splatterings of Saito-san's blood. It was a traumatizing sight, and I couldn't help but cover my eyes in horror. Saito-san's leg wobbled underneath him as he struggled to endure the grueling pain. It was a pain that I could not begin to fathom. Saito-san coughed violently once more. In an attempt to support his body, which was under the verge of collapse, he stuck his sword into the ground.
どうした魔がい者の鬼。もう立ち上がる気力すら残っておらん。
Kazuma walked behind Saito-san and grabbed him by his blood-soaked hair, forcing him to look up.
先ほど何やら抜かしていたな。命を懸けてこの娘を守り、俺を倒す。あれだけ自信たっぷりにほざいておいてこのざまか。己が下した命令とやらはどうしたのだ。
Saito-san drew haggard breaths, but his eyes were fixed right on Kazuma's seething glare.
俺は寛大なのでな。お前が態度を改めればとどめを刺すのは勘弁して。
Oh, how forgiving are you?
そうだな。まずは俺の目の前に土下座して畳に額をこすりつけ、先ほどの非礼を詫びてもらおうか。どうした聞こえんぞ。
俺自身の命令にしか従わん。己の心に沿わぬ答えなど選んでたまるか。
An unexpected answer to Kazuma, whose eyes twitched in response. And then Kazuma began viciously beating Saito-san's head into the blood-stained floor, viciously like a tama drum.
己の心に沿わぬ答えは選べぬだと。ネズミのクソイカのちっぽけな生き物が傲岸不遜なセリフをほざくな。
Then Cosmo stomped his foot upon the head of Saito-san as he wailed bitterly.
弱者は強者を敬い、へり下るのが当然なのだ。まがいものごときにこの俺の申し出を断る権限があると思っているのか。
Stop! I couldn't stop my body from shaking as I witnessed Cosmo brutally attacking Saito. Stop! Refusing to watch any longer, I reached my hand for my kodachi when... Amagiri brushed off his shoulder and quietly approached Cosmo before throwing a fist at him. Why? Jesus Christ, Twix.
武人の誇りを汚す者は醜い。
Amagiri here is all about fucking respect.
同族の行いであればなおさら許せません。理由はそれだけです。
Amagiri then looked over at Saito-san, who was lying in a shallow pool of his own blood.
斉藤、刀を研いなさい。落ち水を飲んでいるのなら回遊しちゃいないにせよ。傷は随分塞がったはずです。
Saito-san squirmed for a brief moment, then he slowly tried raising himself up. An ominous shadow sided closely behind Amagiri. Sided?
許さんぞ、天霧。貴様だけは。この俺を裏切ってまがいものごときに手を貸しおって。
Kazuma snuck up on Amagiri and struck him from behind, causing Amagiri to kneel over the floor in pain. You're horrible! Wasn't Amagiri one of his friends? Kazuma had no visible reaction to my outburst. His aura had changed from earlier. All of the indignance from earlier had dissipated, and he fell silent. Cosmo's appearance became ghastly. Then, all of it was flipped on its head. The glow of his golden demonic eyes shine above Saito-san, who had mustered enough strength to stand. Saito!
雪村、下がっていろ。決してそれ以上近づくな。
I bit into my lip and I stepped back as I was told. I wanted nothing more than to fight alongside him. But I had to accept the truth that doing so would only serve as a burden to him, so I was in a bit of a conundrum. Kazuma and Saito-san glared at one another, and the air around us was thick with an electrifying tension. For Saito-san, timing was everything. All it took was one crucial swing and victory was his. My knees shook as the tension reached its peak. Kazuma, assuming his battle-ready stance, had broken from his stoic gaze into a malicious smirk, and then... The wind pushed back my hair from the force of Kazuma's swing, which Saito had thankfully dodged. However, Kazuma had anticipated Saito evading his strike, and the demon spun his body around and swung his blade with all of his might at Saito. Saito! Saito had been flung against the wall, kicking up a cloud of dust as he landed. A coughing fit followed soon after, but Saito raised himself back up like it was nothing. Kazuma, however, gave Saito-san no chance to gather himself, kicking at the ground to lunge for Saito-san.
遅い遅いぞゴミめが。
隙が見つからん。
An opening, you say? Sato-san weaved around Kazuma, trying to hit at Kazuma from all angles, but Kazuma parried each strike without exerting any effort. The metallic hiss of their blades clashing stung my ears, and I watched Sato-san struggle to find an opportunity to strike as Kazuma easily neutralized each attack. Our chances for victory dwindled with each moment. I nervously wrapped my fingers around my kodachi. All I'd need is a second. I was under no delusion that I could cause any harm to Kazuma, but if I could successfully distract him, then maybe it would be enough for Sato-san to get the better of him. I took in a deep breath, clenching my fist when...
おいおい、サイド、何やってんだよ。
もしかして長らく巡察に出てねえから忘れちまったのか。
俺たちが戦う時気をつけなきゃいけねえ決まりがあったろ。それは
絶対に敵と1対1で切り合う。
The Baka Trio is here to save our asses! And I appreciate this. Hagakura, Harada, Heisuke! Each of them were filthy, covered in thick layers of blood, sweat, and dust. The result, I imagined, of their hard-fought battles.
遅くなっちまって悪かったな。とっとと片付けちまおうぜ。
そんじゃあ行くぞー。
Heisuke leapt from the floor, racing towards Kazuma with the zeal of a wild animal. Before Kazuma had a chance to finish his thought,
こうやってみんなで一緒に戦ってると、今日にいた頃を思い出すぜ。
Nagakura darted behind Kazuma and pulled all of his weight into swinging his sword against Kazuma's exposed back. Kazuma turned around to aim a retaliatory swing at Nagakura, but
ザコはどっちだ。今日こそてめえらに引導を渡してやるぜ。
next came Hanada rapidly charging forward with his spear, which was aimed right for Kazuma's heart.
斉藤、今だ。無敵の剣の威力見せてくれよ。心得ている。
Saito seized his sword, and he hopped in front of where Kazuma had been standing. Suddenly, all was still. A suffocating tension gripped everyone in the hall. Just then... a flickering sheen followed the path of Saito's polished sword, moving faster than the blink of an eye. By the time I realized what had happened, a gaping wound was cut across Kazuma's abdomen. Saito stood tall, his blade unblemished by Kazuma's blood. He had performed a perfect iai, to the point that his blade had seemed, to everyone, invisible. Was Saito really able to land the perfect strike on Kazuma? For whatever reason, time was moving excruciatingly slow, and a silent tension still permeated the air. And then... a blood-curdling shriek bellowed throughout the hall. Kazuma fell to the ground, still as a rock.
やったか。
Everyone's fatigue was starting to set. Doubly so for Nagakura, who spared no moment, dropping to his knees. Saito, on the other hand, still stood still with his sword, firmly in grasp, and he walked towards Kazuma. Kazuma's body had returned to its original form. As Saito-san sauntered quietly towards the fallen demon, it was Amagiri who reached the body before Saito-san did. Amagiri crouched down, inspecting Cosmo's bloody body to verify whether or not he'd truly been killed. And then Amagiri stood up, and he shook his head silently.
見事な立ち筋でした。成長しましたね、斉藤。
Saito-san nodded stoically in return.
君に伝えなければならないことがあります。
伝えなければならないこと。
行動はこの地で落ち水の最後の実験を行おうとしていました。羅刹の毒を和らげ、少しでも死期を遅らせられるように。陸奥の清らかな水には落ち水の毒を抑える力があるらしい。君もこの地にとどまれば終焉の時を収めることができるかもしれない。毒をその体から全て抜き去ることはできなくとも。
何でそれを
君が本物の武人だからです。羅刹の毒などで早々と死なせてしまうのはあまりに惜しい。この戦はまだ続きます。この陸奥でもさらに北の地でも多くの人々の血が流されるでしょう。薩摩の人々の中には関ヶ原の遺恨を果たすため、徳川家の復讐のため憎しみに駆られて戦う者も多い。けれどそれでは同じことの繰り返しです。100年後、200年後、この会津が今の薩摩や長州と同じ立場になってしまってはあまりに不毛ではないですか。だから考えてほしいのです。次の争いを埋まるためにはどうすればいいか。同じ地に住む腹からが憎しみ合い、傷つけ合わないためにはどうすればいいか。武士の武という字は矛を止めると書くのですから。
Amagiri's eyes were thin and relaxed, and his lips formed a peaceful smile. Then, without another word, Amagiri left us. After our conversation, each of us scattered throughout the castle's corridors, releasing Aisu's soldiers who had been captured by the demons before we left at dawn. On our way out, we were welcomed by a serene and clear sky. My skin felt pleasantly cool in the fresh air. Saito-san, are you okay? How are you feeling in the sun?
これくらいならどうということはない。
How about you, Heisuke?
まあ、木陰を選んで歩けばまだ平気かな。
I see.
空が眩しいや。鬼退治も終わって明日からはまた人間相手の戦の始まりか。
俺ちょっと考えちまったよ。次の争いを生まねえためにはどうすればいいのかな。
お前なんかの頭で考えても答えなんて出るわけねえだろ。諦めろ。
なんだよ、俺だって武士なんだから矛を止める方法を考えるのが仕事だろ。
争いを生まねえ方法か。やっぱめちゃくちゃ強くなるしかねえんじゃね。こいつとは争ってもいいことねって向こうが勝手に思ってくれれば誰も喧嘩をふっかけては来ねえだろ。
新八さんはそればっかだな。世の中そう単純にはいかないんだって。
なんだと生意気抜かしてんじゃねえよ、青二歳が。
Nagakura jokingly wrapped an arm around Heisuke's neck, then dug his knuckles into Heisuke's scalp.
ま、何にせよ戦は始まっちまってるんだしな。そういうのはさっさと白黒つけちまってから考えようぜ。
そうだな。
そんじゃ俺急いで土方さんの後を追っかけなきゃなんねえからもう行くよ。どこまで走れるかわかんねえけど、ここまで来たらとことん戦ってみる。
おう、気をつけてな。無様な死に方しやがったら後の世まで語り継いでやるから覚悟しとけよ。
Oh God. Take care, Heisuke.
あ、それじゃ。
Heisuke bowed curtly, then sprinted down the mountain path. His wave and smile sparkled beside the horizon.
そんじゃ俺たちも行くか。次の戦の支度を始めねえとな。
だな。しかし斎藤が土方さんと別行動をとってるとは思わなかったよな。いつも影みてえにぴったりくっついてたのに。
争ってたもとを分かったわけではない。お互い納得した上でのことだ。
なんだよそりゃ。近藤さんと大喧嘩して新選組を飛び出した俺への嫌味か。
Nagakura chuckled gleefully at Saito-san, taking pleasure in his playful banter with a wide smile.
でもまあよかったじゃねえか。行き場所がねえなんて言ってたが、お前自分の意思で殿様選んだんだろ。
選んだのは殿様だけじゃねえような気もするけどな。
Harada flashed a smug grin at Saito. Smug grin, huh?
どういう意味だそれは。
お、なんだよ斎藤が顔をあからめてやがる。お前実は影武者か何かか。
After becoming flustered by Nagakura's taunt, Saito quietly crept his hand downwards to reach for the sword sitting on his right hip.
だからいちいち手を刀に持ってくなって。お前の場合冗談に見えねえから怖いんだよ。
さて、そんじゃあ名残惜しいけどそろそろ行くことにするか。
だな。争いをなくすにはどうすりゃいいかこれから考えていかなきゃならねえが、とりあえずは今の戦を全力で戦わねえとな。
二人とも元気でな。生き残ったらまた酒でも飲みに行こうぜ。
そうだな。
Please be safe, you guys. Farewell. Eventually, the two of them disappeared in the distance. What do you expect me to say, Twix? Just like when we saw them off in Edo, the backs of Nagakura and Harada became smaller, shrinking into the horizon to wherever their path was taking them. Saito, are you okay? Hey, why don't we take a minute to rest here? The sun's out after all.
だが
You've just fought in a battle for your life. For once, take some time to think for yourself. That's not me. To be fair, Twix, that's not me.
分かった。そうしよう。
Sato-san found a shady spot underneath a lush tree. I know you are!
情などというものはとっさの判断を鈍らせるだけのものだと思っていたが、ああしてまた皆と共に戦えるとは思わなかった。
I know. Similar to after the Battle of Toba Fushimi, we were left with the difficult task of bidding our dear friends farewell.
忘れはしない。今日での日々も、そして先ほどの戦いも、月日を経ても、鮮やかなまま、この胸に刻みつけられるだろうな。
Same here, Saito-san. I'd be lying if I said it didn't sadden me to think that I may never see everyone from the Shinsengumi again, but it was inevitable that all of our paths would diverge someday. What mattered most was that all our futures were determined by our own will. Our only choice was to live honestly and with conviction. There was no chance to look back or falter, or give in to any urge to let ourselves become consumed by our doubts. We must be strong. We have reached the credits. Now the question is, do I leave Saito where he is currently on the list? Do I? That'll depend on our next route. Let me see. God, Hanada's route is gonna decide everything. He's gonna decide everything for the top 12 list. And I've already edited this once. The Saito's route does have my favorite things, it has my favorite tropes. Including the fever one. It's a cliche, but I fucking love it. I'm gonna leave him where he is on the list for now, but Hanada's gonna decide everything. And that last shot against Kazuma is just fucking beautiful. But we're not done yet. Also, I'm so glad that I have recorded this with my mic separate from the music because it gets claimed. Alright, what's our last bit? What is our last bit? Final chapter. Saito and I found ourselves in a land to the northeast known as Ezo. Wait, we also ended up in Ezo? Alright. War continued to ravage the lives scattered across the land. The stench of blood was thick in the air. June 18th, 1869. Only when the shogun had offered his terms of unconditional surrender did the bloodshed cease. Once the chaos had subsided, word reached us of Nagakura's return to Edo. Yes, both Nagakura and Saito are survivors. Given his unrelenting dedication to the art of the sword, I wouldn't be surprised to hear if he'd spent every day since arriving in Edo honing his skills. Harada, who had originally traveled besides Nagakura during the war, supposedly left the country, making his way to a faraway place known as Manchuria. This is at least for this route. For some reason, the image of Harada gallivanting on top of a large stallion across the meadow came to mind. God, that is a picturesque image of Harada. Okita, who had been fighting his illness in Edo, never recovered from his disease and passed away. Hijikata, whose travels took him from Sendai to Ezo, fought bravely in resistance to the Imperial Army until his dying breath in battle in Hakodate. Heisuke, I heard, gave his life fighting alongside Hijikata. Heisuke had accomplished what he hoped for. His loyalty to Hijikata-san gave him the opportunity to witness how the myth of the Shinsengumi ended. Soma ended up surrendering himself to the Imperial Army as the last standing chief of the Shinsengumi. As for Nomura, we had discovered that he met his end in the Battle of Miyako Bay. As a punishment for putting up a resistance to the Imperial Army, the Aizu domain had their territories revoked, and they moved to Tonami in the far north. Hey Brain, remember Tonami, we gotta figure out where the fuck that is. Frigid temperatures made Tonami a wasteland. The dry, cracked earth made trees and fauna a rare sight. The Aizu were subject to a plight unlike anything they'd ever seen, left to survive in the harshest of conditions. One day, out of the blue, a message for Saito came from the Aizu. Although it hadn't been the most colorful of proposals, they invited Saito to live with them in amnesty. Saito, of course, accepted. Naturally, it meant that I was moving to Tonami too, alongside Saito-san. After several months... Where's Saito? He should have come back inside of our home by now, but he was nowhere to be found. If I remember, he dressed lightly as well. It may be better for me to search for him. I wrapped myself in a thick coat and made my way through a blanket of fresh snow before I found Saito. Hoping he hadn't frozen to death, I hollered out to him. Saito! However, Saito showed no reaction. He continued to stare vacantly into the distance. Was it because I was far away? I raised my knees high as I took steps. Fuck. I raised my knees high as I took large steps through the thick wash of snow, slowly making my way to Saito. Saito, what are you doing here? Look at yourself. You hardly have anything warm on. Saito, however, continued to ignore me. Saito, why won't you answer me? You can hear me, can't you? He was only an arm's length away from me, and still he refused to turn around. Saito, what's gotten over you? I stomped around his side to look him in the eye, but he merely averted his gaze. What's going on? After stopping to think for a moment, I finally thought of the reason why he may have been ignoring me. Hajime! There! Can you answer me now? After calling him by his first name, the glimmer of his blue eyes finally came into view.
名前で呼び合おうという約束をすっかり忘れていたようだな。
Well, sorry, force of habit. I've been calling you Saito for so long I couldn't help it. Anyways, what are you doing out here? You must be freezing.
ここで待っていれば、あんたが迎えに来ると思った。
So you were waiting for me? But if you had just come straight home, you would have found me.
無論それは知っているが。
Then why were you waiting for me here? I asked him indigently, but Hajime hadn't answered me. Did you really live home without bringing something warmer to wear again? Your shoulders might be cold as ice.
別に寒くはない。
But the temperature is below freezing. Let's hurry home. We can warm our bodies back up. I beckoned Hajime to come with me back to our house, but he was rooted.
待て。あと少しで見られる。
See it? See what?
すぐにわかる。待っていろ。
Hmm? What Saito was referring to was completely beyond me, so I stood next to him, shivering in my cloak. His head was turned upwards. And then... small white flakes of snow began to flutter down lazily from the sky. Snow. Is this what you wanted to show me, Hajime?
最初に落ちてくる一粒。あんたと共に見たかった。
After another moment, the white flakes began to descend in greater numbers, falling calmly on our heads. It's beautiful. Ever since we had moved to Tonami, snow had become a sight with which we were very familiar. But even so, watching the snowflakes float tenderly far from above without a sound was a gorgeous, ephemeral experience, both heavenly and fleeting at once. So mesmerizing, it felt as though time suspended.
あんたならそう言ってくれると思った。
Hajime stared into the sky with me, letting a little murmur slip from out of his lips. Even as we entered a new age known as the Meiji era, it did little to halt the tide of strife still festering about. Over 300 domains were scattered throughout our country, once institutions, now history. With that, Japan as we knew it henceforth was born. Daimyos were stripped of their power and property, which also meant no stipends for mercenaries or ronin. In fact, the government began to implement a kind of conscription service similar to the West that encouraged all civilians to serve in one large unified army. Movements to ban the carrying of swords began to gather steam as well, citing the barbarism that had plagued our country for so long. Maybe that time will come soon. A time when the world will no longer need warriors.
たとえ世の中が変わったとしても、武士がいなくなることはあるまい。刀を持たなくても、武士でいることはできる。己の心を裏切らなければ、刀を持たなくとも生まれがどうであっても、その人間は武士だ。
After drinking the pure water in Mutsu, and our later move to Tonami, Hajime had no longer been afflicted by the curse of bloodlust. However, after harnessing his fury powers again and again in battle, Hajime's lifespan was shortened. We had no way of knowing how much time he had left. Regardless, it gave us the resolve to take on every challenge life had to offer us with confidence. Our futures were in our hands, and we looked ahead. At last, we could live in peace and harmony. Hajime, let's be together forever. Even when the spring comes and melts the snow, and then the summer afterwards, and then the next winter too. Forever. Hajime's voice trailed off, leaving with the icy wind as the snowfall became heavy on our shoulders. Alright, now we're done. That took much longer than I thought, but it happened. We got it done. It's over with. Which means we got our next boy, which we will be starting on Friday, 3 p.m. EST. We're going to start how to just read Back in Kyoto Winds. So we get to go back to Kyoto and start the story all over again. I am excited to know how does part 2 goes, because I think I remember part 1. I don't remember part 2 because I've never played it. So that'll be a surprise when we get there. But that means we only have Harada, Shizuru, and Yamazaki left. Our end is near, which means we got maybe 3 more weeks. I'm excited. I am excited. Well, please drink water. Have a good day or night. Don't die because you don't drink water. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.